see that from the 19th to the 26th.
Yeah.
Has there been any more follow-up discussion, or is that going to be discussed today?
It'll be discussed today.
Okay.
So it's not zooming in on me when I'm talking. Or is that as far as it zooms?
No, it should definitely, from my perspective, I should be able to see, like, you should pop out, shouldn't you?
Yeah, it was doing that a minute ago.
Sorry, maybe it's because I'm in the settings here.
Oh.
What about if you start talking now?
So before you could, I was a larger figure. It's zoomed in on me before. It's not, still not zooming in. I don't have much talking to do today, but
Let's see.
So here, let's try this. Speaker.
We forgot to get our lighting engineering and electrical engineering degrees.
that might be here.
Awesome. You get the like 1980s rack stereo system.
Exactly.
Yeah. There you
Ran
go.
the AV shop right out of college. We used to have to set up for commencement outside. So we'd set these huge speakers up for a huge commencement. And I would blast the Grateful Dead throughout the campus. So awesome.
Peter's laughing.
Peter, you're on mute.
I'm laughing mostly because the entire, all of Clear Creek County just heard that.
Well, it's good for them to know that we are real people too.
That's
Yes,
right.
we are.
It's not just Hollywood Squares
Mhm.
on the Zoom meeting. That is so weird that that camera was just working.
Let's try that.
It's back to texting you.
Yeah, I don't know what this password is. And let's see, speaker, this one here. Let's try. Hey, that worked. Okay, so now
What'd you do?
I changed the speaker to being this guy from this guy.
Talk to us, Peter.
Okay, what do you want me to say?
Perfect.
That's
awesome.
good.
That's great, thank you.
All right.
Now we need the camera to work.
Okay, so
No commissioners are there yet? Oh,
speakers. So the camera we have set up as just one. And so let me change, switch camera, change view. What if we change the view? Well, let's try that. So,
Yeah.
did the camera change? So now it's
Now you got
doing,
two cameras in the room.
yes. So,
Yeah, it's following you now.
working?
Yeah.
is that what you're looking to do? And so now it will zoom in on you.
Oh, look at that. Cool.
Yep.
That's kind of neat. Can we?
Get rid of one of the lodges. Can we get rid of lodge 2?
Well, it's only using one, so you have a Logi 2 that's coming in? Oh,
So I got the main room, which is all of us. I got lodge 1, which is Brian.
okay.
And then I got lodge 2, which is all of us again. So I don't know if we can take that one off.
This is cool, you guys.
Hi.
There you
Did
go.
both of them go away? No, both
Yeah.
of them did.
We only got George on the screen right now.
Oh, yeah, we need to bring Brian back.
Oh yeah, look, I get to be on the big screen.
There's Brian. Okay.
And then the camera puts my, are you seeing what it's doing to the zoom?
Yeah.
What's it doing?
See George in the.
I've got 3 images. It's like,
Oh,
Where?
yeah, look.
That's weird. Can we put this up on the smart board?
If you want to, it's just gonna bring another camera into
Oh.
effect,
Yeah.
so we'd have
Never
to
mind.
turn
Never
off
mind.
that.
yeah. This looks good, right? Are you guys good with this one?
Well, except up here, but now we've only got George as opposed to everybody.
Oh, switch to gallery view. Change view, I went there and I wanna go to gallery.
There we
Yeah.
go.
Okay.
I wanted to zoom in on Brian's face, not mine.
why was it
That's
zoom-
just because of your camera on. Turn your camera off.
Why was it was zoomed in on me earlier?
We're
Okay.
only getting 2 angles of Beth. Can we get her other side profile as well, please?
I'm so glad I did my hair today.
Me too.
We're trying to get Brian back. Just have to remember, we're never really on mute.
Right. That's true. We never are on mute, are we?
So,
That's the downside.
I know.
It's like being in a real meeting again.
I know.
So I think if you do it this way, then that's gonna be taking whoever is speaking and it's gonna put them at center screen and everyone
Okay.
else goes off.
So if I start talking, is it gonna go to me? If
It
I
should,
start
but it
it's
doesn't
gonna
seem to
go
be
me.
doing
It's
that.
not going to any of us
No.
in here.
No. Okay.
So it's not zooming in on us when we speak again. Two more minutes, Randy. Randy says 2 minutes.
Oh, there he is. Coming over.
Okay, so
Sorry about that, folks. It's the, on my end, it's the last 24 hours before, getting up at 3:15 and heading for the airport. So I apologize for my tardiness this morning. Are we, I don't see Sean. I guess the update is he's not here yet either.
Sean's gonna be late. He'll be gone. He'll be late by an hour, I think.
Okay.
It's what he said via email that yesterday.
Okay.
Yes, the camera's not zooming.
here, I'm telling it right now. Let me save this setting.
We're kind of using this meeting as a test run here for the new system.
For the hybrid system.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, one moment. So we're opening up today's county commissioner meeting, Tuesday, April the 5th, 2022. And I think we'll open up first with public comment. Do we have any public comment this morning?
Did that make a difference there?
We don't know yet.
Mm-mm.
Okay, so I made that adjustment.
Oh, there you go.
It's told to start doing auto framing.
So if there's anyone on the attendee list who wishes to raise their hand for public comment, please do so. Otherwise, seeing none so far, I think we can move into county commissioner updates. George.
Okay. Apologize in advance. I've got kind of a list for you. For starters, NACO conference. Are you, Randy, planning to attend that?
I don't think so. When is that?
It is the 21st through the 24th of July, and it's in Adams County.
Oh, that's right. Actually, I think we should at that level of convenience, which means we should notice it. I presume that you are.
Yeah, and that was, I was asking to get it noticed and then ask Beth to get us signed up.
Well, thanks for the heads up on that. I'd say so. Yes.
Okay, great. And then got a list of just some stuff I've been up to and that I want to give you all a heads up on. And Sean's not here, so I guess I'll repeat this on the 19th or the next meeting that he is here. I have reached out to, I know we've had some discussions over the years about a climate adaptation study that Boulder County performed in 2018. And it looks at what it uses really precise climate modeling to look at how much they can expect different climate scenarios to cost their road and bridge department, et cetera. Had a good meeting about that. The price tag, if we wanted to go with a really broad study, is $15,000, but we could narrow it down from there and we can look to other partners. Like I anticipate optimistically that maybe like the rafting industry would be interested in this, or the ski industry would be interested in it. Maybe the municipalities to try to find some funding partners. But I think the next step is that Brian is kind of bringing this to senior staff to see what they think, the leadership team, to see if they think it would be of use to them. But I just wanted you all to know that that's conversation, or you to know that's a conversation that's happening.
Well, I think all of us. Yeah, I think that's a good one. And I appreciate the work that you're doing on it. It intersects with a lot of different places, almost everything that we're working on. Certainly, the first thoughts that come to my mind is just thinking about the stuff I'm working on the most, which in transportation and recreation, and how the latter of those intersects with fire sensitivity and mitigation. I think having a broader perspective of the overall impacts on our operations is very important. Both how it impacts us specifically locally, like you said, our road and bridge, as well as how we interrelate with other agencies outside and larger than us. Having that, we'll have a more informed voice by having done that, I think. So I think it's certainly worth checking into and seeing with staff what they talking about it. And
Can we turn the volume?
Happy to hear more later.
Yeah, you're Randy.
Can you hear me okay?
Yeah,
Were you able to hear me okay a second ago?
yeah.
But just turn our microphone up, our speaker up a little bit.
Or you think it's on your end? You're troubleshooting hybrid, okay?
Yes.
All right. I keep just so you know, sometimes I try to keep my mic turned down on your internal Zoom controls because I know my voice booms. So I try to I turn it down to start with, so.
Yeah.
Well, you actually are sounding a little softer this morning than usual, so you could probably kick it up just a bit.
Okay.
Yeah.
While he's working on that, anybody watching, we're getting ready to go back to in-person meetings with this hybrid setting, and it's exciting.
So George, did you have more? You said you had a list.
Yeah, I do. I wanted to talk to you about the Clear Creek Resiliency Collaborative. We decided to go to quarterly meetings, and this month is the next quarterly meeting. thinking about things that could go on the agenda. We have a list of ARPA ideas that, maybe we bring to the group and we ask them feedback on our ARPA ideas and ask them to talk about their ARPA ideas and just do a general roundtable about how people are accessing all of the different resources out there. I'd be happy to put together a little bit of information about where people can go to access funding from the infrastructure bill, blah, blah, blah. Do we think that that's a good use of time? Is there something else that we'd like to see on that agenda? And we're a ways away, so these are just early thoughts.
Say more about ARPA. Our ARPA.
We have ARPA ideas. I know at one point we had wanted to do, very robust public engagement around those ideas, and haven't. We tried to get a contractor, and labor supply has been a problem, and so I was thinking that this could be a way to approximate that and help us have good thoughts about which ideas should be a priority.
Okay, I know we discussed during the retreat that given how small our dollar value is, we can eat that money up in a hurry.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
I was just going to, because I just looked at this. When is that, when will our meeting be this month? George, what is the date?
April.
We moved from the 19th to the 26th.
Yeah, we haven't.
No?
Okay.
Oh, okay. No, we haven't done that yet. Sorry.
Well, that's the, isn't that the BOCC day? Am I making-
Yeah, for scratch, April 26th. It's a Thursday meeting, right?
Normally it is, which would be the 28th or the 22nd. Or no, the 21st. And the 21st is going to be pretty tough for me.
My calendar is not being very helpful, but I think it's the 21st.
Theoretically, I will be back. However, I'm arriving in at about 8:30 in the morning after having a midnight to 5 a.m. layover in LA, and about 17 or 18 hours of travel.
George, it's not on my calendar on the 21st.
Mine either. I thought we had set it for the third Thursday, but something must have happened to get it pulled. So, okay, so we'll have to settle on the date. Any other, and we don't need to belabor this much more. Any other ideas about what should or shouldn't be on the agenda for this?
It's the 20th, George. Sorry, it's on the 20th at 1:30.
Oh yeah, there we go.
Which is a Wednesday. Correct?
What meeting are you talking about?
The Clear Creek Resiliency
Oh,
Collaborative.
resiliency meeting.
Yes, it is 1:30 on the 20th. And so, well, I guess what I'll say is, just for the sake of time, Randy, if you have thoughts about what you'd like to see on that agenda,
Right.
let me know, and then we'll have the meeting and report back.
Yeah, and that's fine. I was going to say don't. I can always find out later.
Okay.
And pre-inform it as well.
And Brian, we can work to put more thought into that agenda as we move forward. Next thing, fire mitigation. Randy, I know you were in the wildfire summit that happened. It was a good meeting. Some big needs were raised around trying to find funding for our community CWPP, Community Wildfire Protection Plan, and all of the implementation plans for all of the areas that are all. I think our CWPP was in 2008, and I think best practice says you want to do them every 5 years. And so I've been working on how we can make a local investment in wildfire mitigation that would bring us funding to do that, as well as actually get some work done once we have plans in place, do the public engagement around making sure that we can communicate that we want these projects and pull down federal funding for them. So I have set up a follow-up meeting with the 2 fire departments and the sheriff and Office of Emergency Management. Of course, Brian will be there. We're just going to flesh out a little bit what that looks like to ask the voters if they want to make an investment locally in wildfire mitigation. So that's just a heads up for you. Also, I have on my list community supported funds. I think we're really, really close to a deadline to try to get community supported funds application in. Therefore, it seems like it's probably not going to happen. I know we haven't really taken interest, but I guess I wanted to use this time to say that I'd be happy to have the county support municipal applications or whatever else might be coming out of this county towards those funds. And if staff has a need and wants to put together an application, I'd be fine with it around any of these ideas that have been floating around, and happy to support.
So Beth and I are not familiar with what you're referring to.
The community supported funds.
They are, this is the fund that just got $1 million into the clinic. This is as Congress builds budgets. We submit ideas to congressmen and senators, and in a public setting, they debate them, and some make it, some don't. So that's just a heads up, Randy. I don't know if you consent to the concept that's just kind of giving staff some flexibility here.
And I'll address that in my commissioner update in just a minute too.
Okay, great.
I've given some thought to the same thing, and we're not on different pages as near as I can tell.
Okay.
So,
We got
And then the meeting on the 19th, Randy, I know you will be here. I think either we have the meeting on the 19th or we move it to the 26th. If we continue to have the meeting on the 19th, I think we need a special meeting on the 26th. There are a few items that I think need to be discussed in April, related to some executive session negotiations, and the Tourism Bureau would like to have a conversation with all 3 of us. So what are thoughts about canceling or moving?
well, personally, I think if we can fit the additional, the tourism thing was something we already wanted to talk about, I think, on the 19th.
Mm-hmm.
And the stuff, what you brought up, the additional stuff, if it fits within the time frame, it seems best from staff standpoint, just bandwidth to move the 19th meeting to the 26th. I would like to be part of that tourism board discussion, and so if we can make it fit and allow people to have a work day on the 19th and the 18th and the 20th as a result of the meeting on the 19th for staff, then moving to the 26th would work for me, and just put in a little more of a grinder that day. But but I'll leave it up to you. If you don't want to put in, if you feel that's too much to squeeze into one day, one meeting, and you can put the items that are less important to have 3 commissioners in the room.
George and
The
Catherine.
19th, it's, I'm on vacation, so I shouldn't be telling other people what to do while I'm on vacation.
So George,
Yeah.
Cass called us after, I know that you had a conversation with her and moved her presentation to May 3rd.
So, okay, so she prefers May 3rd, which is also fine.
Okay.
She's on the call if we want to ask her, but we did go ahead and prepare for May 3rd just to be safe for their semi-annual update.
Okay.
That's just fine.
I will say that if we do end up moving it to the 26th, that actually, for me, that actually works better, because I will be working with Carol concerning a matter that she's working on the 19th. So I would have had to cut out probably for about an hour during the meeting. So I'm throwing that out there if you are inclined to move it to the 26th.
Is there anything on the agenda for that meeting that has to happen on that day?
On the 19th. I'm not aware of it, but Beth may know.
Hold on, I'm looking. Just look really quick. We were supposed to have the CHAPS process, public health presentation. We do have a couple of special event permits from Nanette. And we also have the annual operating plan for wildfire protection with Suzanne on that day. So that was all scheduled on the 19th. So if we're gonna move it, let me know so I can figure out how to do that.
Doesn't sound like anything has a timing issue though.
Special event permits do. Peter, I don't know if you want to address that.
I'll check with Nanette to see if we can move it to the 26th.
Okay,
And if not, maybe what we do is we say the things that we have to have. Sean and I get together and do them, and then we move everything else to the 26th.
We can do that.
Okay. Great. And I'm sorry, I do have kind of a long list. So I had a conversation with Steve Kroll. Steve Kroll has been our appointee from the Emergency Services District Fire Authority Board. You might remember he submitted a resignation letter in 2019 and said that he would wait until we found a replacement and continue to serve. And it's been a few years, so I called him up, and we both think that it's probably better at this point to make his resignation effective now, so that we have a vacancy, and maybe that creates some urgency and some awareness in the community that we're looking for someone to represent the unincorporated part of Western Clear Creek County on the Fire Authority Board. So that has happened, and I sent an email to that effect. At some point he'll respond to confirm that, but wanted to let everybody know here and then thank him publicly. I think he was on the Fire Authority Board for 12 years. That means he went through a lot and got a lot done for us. And I don't want to belabor this conversation anymore, but I am interested in what we can do to thank him for his service. And then I'll just move right through. The last thing on my list is lodging tax reform. House Bill 22-1117 passed, which lets counties and home rule municipalities who are authorized to do lodging taxes use those lodging taxes for more than marketing for the purpose of increasing visitation. Quite a big list of other things you can do for it. I'm interested in pursuing that. I'm sure I'm not the only one. Want to be very clear that I'm not interested in reducing Tourism Bureau revenues so much that they can't operate. And I'm curious to hear from you, Randy, and I'll probably bring it up again to hear from Sean about, what we think in terms of timing, if we think we have enough time to have that conversation and have a result on a ballot this year, or if we want to do it next year. Just some initial feedback would be good.
My initial response is that a good time to do that might be now that that it's passed and we've thrown that out on the table, to give us some time to percolate. And in our meeting with the tourism board in early May, the only catch to that is that if it impacts the timing, the available timing to be able to do something this year, if we chose to do, for example, an additional new tourism lodging tax in addition to the one we already have, or what it would be. I can't speak to the urgency of the timing of getting to that place and that decision. I recognize it's easy for me to say because I'm gone for most of April, so I don't want it to get in the way. And that maybe what that does is it informs whether we have this discussion on the 26th or the 3rd. That could be a point to get to. 26th of April or the 3rd of May. But let me say this: I am in favor of being able to use it, and depending on the tourism board's efforts now for a shift from purely recreation marketing to recreation management in a way that is compatible with stewardship as well as compatible with optimizing the way we make money off of tourism, maybe in terms of quality rather than quantity down the road. Those are conversations I'm definitely interested in having because they're really compatible with our efforts to manage recreation in the county. As a side note, both regionally and locally. So sooner, I'd say sooner the better. So, you know, if May the 3rd is soon enough to get serious about that conversation, that's when either the 26th or the 3rd is when I'm next available after a day to talk about it. So however you want to set that up on the schedule is good with me.
Okay. Well, based on this, you know, I'll continue to have conversations out in the community, and you know, we would want to identify some stakeholders and be thoughtful about this, and I'll get to work on that, and we'll see where it goes. That's the end of my list, and sorry I took so much time this morning.
Oh, that's okay. I have a little bit of a list too. It's not tremendous, it's large, like yours was. I'm kidding. Transportation, we got the bad news that Pegasus is put off now until an early June start, and it's totally a supply. It's not state or CDOT or anything like that. CDOT was supposed to have received a certain number of their shuttles by the end of this month for a launch on the 27th and 8th. And they only received 1 or 2 of those vans out of Ford supply chain issues. And they had planned to rent the remaining number that they needed, lease them on a temporary basis until they got the rest of their order from Ford in order to start by the end of April. And they decided, since they were now down to an almost all leasing program, to be able to open by that time. It won't happen until then. It won't happen until early June now. Around June the 3rd, they're setting conservatively as a start date. There will be grand openings or launch dates with media and everything in both Denver and Avon at that time. With that same regard, Senate Bill 180 was just introduced, and it was after I'd had actually some
last 2 minutes.
Last week it was, and I'd had conversations prior to last week with Director Liu, who had let me know it was coming, and it's to dump about $30 million into ozone management by increasing the amount of transit that's on the highway, especially in the I-70, virtually all of it Mustang/Pegasus in the I-70 and I-25 corridors, to be able to have hourly headways to make it useful.
Boarding in progress.
To the mountains, for example, for skiing, but making it also a connector between isolated rural transit systems that are kind of disconnected from each other right now without meaningful transit connections in between, and also to provide free transit during 1 or 2 months of the year that the ozone levels are the highest. And the whole concept is to throw enough out there in scale to build ridership. Also, we've got a CE meeting coming up on May the 26th. I won't mention recreation today because we're having a presentation a little bit later anyway on NOCO, and that will pop up. With regard to renaming, there are a number of things going on, but one of the most important is that the byway, there is a $22 million byway fund, and when I saw that, I had sent a communication off to Director Liu to think about putting together a collaboration on both tribal. This fund is available to state DOTs and federally recognized Native American tribes for the purpose of both national and state and tribal scenic byways. And so I contacted Director Liu about Mount Evans specifically, and the fact that there's a fairly big lift up there going on and a project coming up now in 2023 on the pavement. And that would be a good time to do the remonumenting and renaming of Mount Evans, whatever that's going to be, and involve both the tribes and the state in a collaborative application that would have many other partners in it, including the U.S. Forest Service, the Department of Natural Resources, and GOCO, providing funds, also matching funds, and something that we as counties Fifth Creek and perhaps Jeffco could also sign on to his partners. A few other partners also. In the meantime, Lisa Levin has already submitted a letter of intent that may be broad enough to capture all of that. But I'll be talking with, well, I did with Rebecca White yesterday and others to see if they need to craft another letter of intent towards an application that would bring that collaboration together, which would be historical interpretation as well as replacing all the signs at the state and county level for the road itself and different roads. And then also yesterday, I had an invitation to join Senator Hickenlooper in a brief conversation. And I think what I'll do, if you don't mind, is just really quickly share screen for notes I took before that conversation, because that kind of leads us into what George was talking about also with regard to CDF, congressionally directed funding. So see if I can find the right, can you see that?
What?
Those were just notes that I threw up to myself before my conversation with him. And I kind of broke it into a couple of categories. First, thanking him for the help that he'd given us with, among other things, the Floyd Hill project and helping us secure money for that, helping us secure money for the clinic funding that we got this last year. And then I broke those things we talked about into broader issues, support for wildfire mitigation, prevention, management, and response, and how important that is for local / regional collaboratives to be able to get the work done that we need to support our communities and protect them. Also, recreation management funding for the same purpose that I personally support, the 30 by 30 program for the protection of public lands, and also support for funding to expand CDOT's highway-based transit system. On local issues, I kind of broke these down, not particularly, sort of in this order, but not particularly in this order for things that could be CDF related. The Empire Water System obviously is going to need more help than what they've already been able to get. They do have a grant to drill a new well, but they need a 2 or 3 pronged local effort to provide sustainable water supply for this community into the future. Also, Silver Plume as a newly condemned public works building that they need to get replaced, and that's important. We have on the table a $400,000 grant already from the county for regulatory grade air quality monitoring, and I explained to him that this was actually an issue throughout the I-70 corridor, that we don't have the baseline data to even confirm the effectiveness of our of the climate responsiveness and the public health responsiveness of some of our new transit programs we're putting in. And so we need scientific baseline data so that we're data-driven. These are data-driven efforts. Also support for the Idaho Springs Mobility Hub. And then of course we've got the remainder of funding for the Floyd Hill project, which would not be a CDF thing. That's a really big ticket item left to go. And that was the basis of the discussion. Otherwise we had a really nice talk and about what it's like to be an elected official at different levels. That was quite a bit of fun. So anyway, I'll stop screen sharing here if I can find the button and let you off of there. And I think that's all I have for today. I've got my mind on trying to get packed for tonight too, as well as a couple of papers I've got to get out to folks. I did promise with regard to the renaming discussion in the byway funds to get a narrative out to CDOT. I've got to get that out before the end of today so that they've got some stuff to work off of to put together another letter of intent if they think that's necessary. So, but Lisa's may be fine. They were going to look over that today again more closely and see if it was generic enough to fill the bill. And that's it. So, county manager updates. Brian, what else do you have we haven't talked about?
Well, I was kind of wishing Sean was going to be here. I wanted to follow up on our retreat days. And
Would you like to put this portion off until Sean's here later?
we could do that, yeah. Yeah, help you get back on track with the agenda.
It is 9:03, and we do have Steve Coffin and Aaron Mayville here. So since we've already run over, it's a perfect opportunity to try to get back on track and give them their 45 minutes.
And just
Randy,
real quick before we jump into that, I've got I don't have a hard stop, but I'm counting on us getting that around too. So,
And Randy, just so you know, and George, we do need to hold the meeting on the 19th, at least for the special events permits due to a statutory requirement. So just so you're aware, if you want a special meeting on the 26th, we may want to announce that at some point as well. But let's still plan, if that's okay, on at least having a short meeting on the 19th.
Well, if we need to wait for Sean to make an announcement of the meeting on the 26th, we can. We have a couple of commissioners here. I mean, I think it sounds to me like it's pretty critical because there's some items that we need to deal with as soon as possible, and I can't be here on the 19th. That's not possible. So
yeah, maybe we can nail down some times later this afternoon.
okay, all right. So Steve, Aaron, welcome here today to talk about.
Good morning. Good morning. Thank you. Should we jump right into it?
Yes, please.
Okay. So thank you for giving us this opportunity to fill you in on NOCO and what we're doing. As you all know, my name is Steve Coffin. I'm the architect of this whole NOCO process, and also am the coordinator of it or manage it. I'll let Aaron introduce himself.
Good morning, everyone. I think I know most, but for those I don't, I'm Aaron Mayville. I'm the Deputy Forest Supervisor here on the Arapahoe Roosevelt National Forest and Pawnee National Grassland. And then we do have Scott Haas with us too, I'm sure you know, but Scott, maybe you can say hi.
Hey, good morning, everybody. Good to see you.
And Aaron, before you jump into the presentation, I should mention that the way NOCO is structured is we've got an executive committee, which consists of one member from each of our 8 public agencies. And of those 8, we have 2 people who are co-chairs. Aaron is one and Commissioner Wheelock is the other. So just wanted to provide that context. So Aaron is going to kick us off and then I'll pick up about halfway through.
Aaron, before you jump in, just let me say that when we talked about that renaming stuff a minute ago, I forgot to mention, and I realized it when I saw Scott on the line, that one of the primary partners in what we would put together for a byway fund, a multi-sourced byway kind of reinterpretation, historical reinterpretation, re-signing fund also includes the U.S. Forest Service. And I've had conversations with Aaron, Scott, and Susan Johnson, who's the tribal liaison for this Forest Service region. So thanks for your help on that as well. Appreciate it.
Absolutely. Well, before I jump in, let's see, Steve or Beth, is someone going to drive the presentation, or is that me clicking the button? I apologize. Virtual stuff, you know.
Beth, how do you want to do that?
I need you guys to drive because you can share screen.
Okay.
Only because I gotta take the notes.
You told me that yesterday, and I apologize. I was not prepared. So if all of you will just give me 1 second
Okay.
to pull it up.
So I can start while Steve's kind of bringing that up. I'll just say, firstly, thank you for having us here, and good morning, everyone. This is exciting work that we're really committed to, and we're just really happy with some of the outcomes and efforts and just the general partnership. And so I just appreciate you having us here today to kind of talk through what we've been doing, some of the rationale behind it, and to highlight and showcase some of the good work we're doing together. So, you know, as a matter of formality, I figured I'd just start there, and that's perfect timing, Steve.
Almost, except I don't know how do you get it to slideshow? There we go.
There you go.
Beginning.
So yeah, so as it's kind of been mentioned, I think we have 45 minutes or so here today just to kind of give you an overview of what we are, what we're doing. We've got some time for Q&A at the end. I'll take the first stab here, the first 9 or 10 slides or so, and then kick it over to Steve and we'll jump in here. So this first bit, relatively basic, but wanted to just kind of get the baseline established so everyone understands just, like we said, who we are as NOCO places. So as Steve kind of alluded, we're 8 county and state and federal land agencies, from Clear Creek County at the south, all the way up to Larimer County up north, and really came together. And we'll get into a little bit of the history, but came together around the growing population around the Front Range of Colorado and all the variety of pressures that growing population is placing on our public lands and our various landscapes. Thought very early on that, you know, a collaborative approach across this landscape is the way to tackle this. More specifically, here are the 8. The Arapahoe Roosevelt National Forest kind of ties all the landscapes together. But as you can see there, it's Boulder County, Clear Creek County, Gilpin, Jefferson, and Larimer. And then importantly, it also includes the state of Colorado with Colorado Parks and Wildlife. They have a representative on our executive committee. And then, of course, the national park, Rocky Mountain National Park too. As a formal organization, we're going to go, I'll show you, we'll go through this together, but mission statement, core values and goals, et cetera. Our mission statement came together around this over 2 years ago now, but we collaborate to protect and conserve natural and cultural resources while providing equitable access and a quality recreation experience for current and future generations. Probably sounds familiar, but we're proud of that. Background, I alluded to this, but you know, Clear Creek County was part, of course, of the recreational sports shooting management partnership back in 2019, and the ARP and all the partners very proud of the work that group did to advance the cause there of recreational sports shooting. And of course, Devil's Nose is slated, I'm going to knock on wood when I say it, but slated to become the first shooting range built, and making some great progress there. But you know, because that collaborative and that partnership just yielded great results, our NOCO effort was an outgrowth from that. And so largely a lot of the same partners, but largely kind of built on the foundation of that recreational sports shooting there. The idea then, as I kind of alluded to, was the idea of the name. Of course, 2050 is in the name, with population projections really going through the roof. Like you all are aware of these. That was really the need for this group to turn from just recreational sports shooting to recreational pressures and management more generally. And as you can see there, you know, to improve the outdoor experience, impact that obviously this has impacts to wildlife and the environment, et cetera. We came together around that. I will say NOCO Places 2050. Well, a lot of people don't know Places is actually an acronym. And it stands, as you can see on the screen there, for people, land, access, conservation, ecosystem, and sustainability. Steve and I were musing about that the other day, that we all, even the executive committee members, have a hard time remembering what all the letters stand for. But I do think when it's talked about, it's really indicative of the values that we kind of commonly share across the group there. But then lastly, on that 2050, as I mentioned, it's important we have that in the name. It kind of ties us back to the longer range vision that this group is trying to achieve. And we'll talk a little bit more, Steve will, about some of the short-term things we're looking at, but some of the long-term also is in that 2050 time space. Next slide.
Point out that I did not name this group. I did not come up with that name, and full disclosure, like everything else we do, it was a group exercise. So just wanted to make that known.
I think Beth's going to put that in the notes, Steve. It'll be on the record. Next slide, please.
This is it. Oh, no, it's not. Uh-oh, I froze up. There we go.
There we go. So, you know, we went through some of the more formalities here, but similarly with our core principles, you can see this there, but really focus on working together at a landscape scale. And that's important because there are a whole host of collaborative groups across the state of Colorado and the West in general. Very few work together at the type of scale we're talking here, which is, from the Wyoming border, effectively all the way down to I-70 corridor. And so really that kind of scale is what ties us together. I mentioned the time frame as well, about 2050, but our specific principles, as you can see there: collaborative, holistic, inclusive, proactive and deliberate, adaptive, and financially sustainable. Now is the time that I will throw in a very heartfelt thank you to Clear Creek County for acting as the fiduciary agent and financial agent for NOCO up to this point. I know it's been a lot of work by a lot of you on the call here today, but it's very, very important we had that kind of foundation in place to receive grant funding, to allow us to pay for facilitation, et cetera. So I just wanted to say thank you for raising your hand and stepping in as the
I'd just like
financial.
I think it's a good
Yeah.
point to just specifically thank Beth Luther for the work. She's carried the biggest part of the load on this and taking care of that for us for the first 19, 20, 3.5 years now. And we will be, that fiscal agency will be handing that baton off to somebody else pretty soon and let everybody else carry not only the financial load, but the actual workload that's involved in administrating the organization. But we're also I think personally, I'm really proud of the fact that we've been instrumental in helping get this thing off the ground. So
Absolutely. Well said, Randy. The next two slides, I'm not going to read them all to you, but this does outline the NOCO specific goals. We have 8 of them. We had a retreat with the executive committee last June, excuse me, and pulled this together. The first half of our mission statement, we articulated these 4 goals, and really it's around. Well, I'll just summarize here, but improving quality visitor experience through education, infrastructure, management approaches, et cetera. I mean, that's a very specific and I think important goal. You can think of areas across Clear Creek County and the entire landscape that really needs some work there. Secondly is, let's see, ensuring that region continues to provide and support a wide range of quality outdoor experience opportunities. There's a strong goal and commitment by this group that we provide a wide range, that we're not pigeonholing or specifying the recreational experience, but we continue to provide the spectrum. Really important, as you saw before, is access and inclusion. And so historically underrepresented communities, ADA, et cetera. We have, Steve will talk about it, but we've put together an EDI subcommittee that effectively we see as an umbrella, overarching or overlooking all activities that we take as a group. And again, we'll get into more details in a minute. And then, of course, reducing conflict, promoting compatibility among visitors, and safety of outdoor experiences. We recognize that a lot of times recreational use can conflict. And so trying to deconflict that is an important goal for us. Next step or next slide.
Nope, hold on a second. Hold on.
I think you went to the second half of the mission statement, as I mentioned here, really around equitable access. Let's see. Can you go one more, Steve?
Yeah, what happened here?
Here we go.
You know what? We skipped the first one. Sorry, Aaron, my fault.
There we go. So yeah, and then the first half of the mission statement, of course, is conserving natural and cultural heritage resources. And so that first goal there is around outdoor stewardship. Steve will talk a little bit more too about some of the educational component and things we're looking to do this summer. Secondly is community support and increased funding for public land management. It's always a need. And you all know that. So how can NOCO kind of collectively pool resources, whether that's financial or public relations or otherwise, to try to build that increased support. Number 3 there, as I mentioned, we have county, state, and federal agencies represented. And so, the swath of goals there kind of represents the variety of goals by the various agencies. Number 3 here is actually increasing the amount of conserved and or restored land, and then protecting what we currently have here. That came strongly out of some of the county partners, particularly Larimer and Jefferson County, because that's part of their mission statement. I say that because as a representative of one of the federal agencies here, it was an interesting interesting twist that we don't think about as often. Obviously, we acquire land, but I think having that as a goal of the agency or of the group is important. And then lastly, supporting outdoor recreation visitation areas best suited for that activity. And Steve will get into a little bit more about how we kind of plan to answer what that means, so to speak. Thanks, Steve. Just quickly, in the last year and a half or so, catch you up on what we've been doing. And I know several of you have been a part of these groups, but we made a concerted effort. And Steve kind of mentioned, maybe I'll back up just shortly here. How we're organized here. Steve mentioned the executive committee. And then we have the larger NOCO partners group, which is 40 to 50.
Probably around 50.
50 members of environmental groups, industry groups, and kind of you name it, a large swath of folks who would have an interest in this. Diversity representation, education representation, and kind of you name it. The idea was everyone's coming at this problem from a different angle, and if we could all together collectively kind of set the bar for the education level around the problem and around potential solutions, et cetera, that we could then more efficiently move into a solutions phase. And so we took a very specific and concerted year plus, and embarked on what we call our core topic series. And the topics are there on the screen. I won't read them all to you, but we brought in experts, guest speakers, had facilitated learning, discussions, breakout groups, et cetera. And together, again, many of you were part of that. I think was really fascinating. And if nothing else, like I said, raise the level of knowledge in this greater community around this topic and what we might be able to do around it. So that was large summary of what we've done for the last year and a half together as a group. And again, you can see on there, we very thoughtfully picked the topics so that they would help us move into the solutions phase. So then I'll talk high level here, and then we'll kick it to Steve. But so we've got the core topic series done and moving into some more collective action. And as you can see there, we have two paths for that. Some agency specific things, and then some collective things that we'll be doing together. It's an important point here that each agency or executive committee member here retains its autonomy through this process. And that was foundational in our governance documents, that we're not, we do vote by consensus when we want to move something forward, but nothing we do as a group, as a larger group, will stop any other entity from doing what they want, frankly. So we retain our autonomy. And that's an important point. That's why I'm making sure and hammering it home here, and because no one wants to be told what to do, and we can't really organize that way. And so that autonomy is important as we move forward. And we've seen that, right? We've all still been managing the lands around us in conjunction with this group. And really what the group's done is provided, I think, support, community support, social license, a sounding board, et cetera. And then just a great kind of partnership together through those things that have been done in the last couple of years. I'm thinking timed entry systems. I'm thinking Clear Creek starting the ROMP, et cetera. I guess with that, I'll kick it to you, Steve.
All right, I didn't mean to jump ahead there, but okay, thank you, Aaron. I'll pick up here. I'm obviously not the best driver in the world, but
you're doing fine.
So I want to talk about, Aaron just mentioned how there's kind of two paths of solutions we're taking. One is this agency-specific stuff, like the Clear Creek ROMP, for example. Others, collective action that we can all take together. I'm going to talk about those collective action items that we're pursuing right now. One of these is equity, diversity, and inclusion. We already mentioned how that's a priority for the organization. We are working to identify opportunities to strengthen our relationships with organizations that represent underrepresented communities. We have had one meeting with Next 100 Colorado. That is a coalition of organizations like Latino Outdoors and other BIPOC organizations that are dedicated to ensuring equitable outdoor access for all people. We've had one meeting with them. We're having another meeting with them here soon. They have a report that they are just finishing up now that has identified barriers to access by underrepresented communities. So we're going to talk about that report and start to drill down more specifically on action items we can be taking. And we've got this an EDI subcommittee too that has helped to shepherd us through this whole process here. We also, so that's an important area of focus. Another area of focus is we are going to embark on common messaging for this summer. This is something we just agreed to last week. The common messaging is going to be based on the message of know before you go. But it's going to also include mention of NOCO to make clear that as each agency distributes this messaging, it is clear to the viewer, to the person getting the message, that this is part of a larger effort, a broader effort of all 8 agencies trying to work on this. Through this campaign, each NOCO partner will be able to tailor the message and image specific to their own geography and their own issues. So it's going to be kind of a tailor-made, customized approach to some extent. The campaign is going to have 4 components. We're going to do a press release where that all 8 agencies, at least this is the plan, and everybody agreed to it. All 8 agencies are going to put their name to this press release, talking about the know before you go message, how important it is to prepare before you go. That press release will also, for the first time, really introduce NOCO as an effort, but the primary message is going to be the know before you go message. We've got a template that can be used for digital and print content. I'll show that in 1 second. We're also going to create a video or several short videos that's going to highlight each partner's message. And then we're going to have a checklist, maybe some tchotchkes to go with it, of know before you go checklist. And all this is going to be kicked off and become active on Memorial Day weekend. Here is an example of that social and digital media content. As you can see, we're going to have at the bottom of each of these will be NOCO Places 2050, working together for Colorado's public lands and our website. At the top of each of these, it will say know before you go. And then the content in here is what each agency can pick and tailor. And we'll have a whole library of images like this and messages like this that people can use. Not everybody's going to be able to use every message. For example, this message about pick it up and pack it out, Rocky Mountain National Park won't use this because they don't allow dogs on the park. So it's going to be a very customizable kind of approach. And you have the option of putting your logo here. So summer common messaging is another area of focus. A third area of focus is regional conservation and recreation planning. We are in discussions with the Colorado Natural Heritage Program at CSU now to utilize their Codex tool, which is a very sophisticated database, to do a spatial analysis of the entire NOCO region to create an inventory of current environmental and recreational conditions in the region. So we have kind of this foundational understanding of what we have. I mean, we don't even know, for example, how many collective trails, miles of trails we have. So we need to have a big landscape view of what's out there. So we're going to work with CNHP to do that. That's going to be done this year. And then the thinking now is that next year we will then go out with a public engagement exercise to map human ecology and values and desires and things like that. The goal of this whole exercise is to create a regional recreation and conservation vision that can inform agency-specific plans, such as your ROMP or the Forest Management Plan. So we're getting going on this now. A fourth one is coming up with a common framework for timed entry reservation systems. This is becoming an increasingly increasingly becoming a go-to management tool for agencies across the country, frankly, to manage these pressures from outdoor increases in outdoor visitation. And I think you probably all know this, but the problems that we're experiencing in the NOCO region, the problems we're experiencing in Colorado, we're not alone. This is happening across the country. And so a lot of places are turning to timed entry, the timed entry reservation systems to manage that as a visitor management tool. And so we wanted to come up with a common framework that NOCO agencies could use. So we spent a lot of time on this, and we've got a white paper that we've developed on the benefits and challenges of timed entry reservation systems. So somebody who's not very familiar with this concept can look at that and begin to understand, okay, if we want to do it in Gilpin County, for example, these are the kinds of issues we need to be thinking about. We're also developing an implementation checklist. If you're going to do this, here are the things. It gets much more specific and tactical about things you got to be thinking about. And we've also had a couple letters of support that kind of for both Rocky Mountain National Park and Colorado Parks and Wildlife for timed entry reservation systems they are doing or have done. And those have become kind of essentially our position paper on timed entry. And then we've got a whole host of other collaboration opportunities. I mean, all those 4 or 5 things I just mentioned That's a lot of time. And I do this part-time. We've got a Keystone Policy Center as a facilitator. They're very part-time. We've got a communications consultant, very part-time. So there's a lot of work to be done here on those 4 or 5 areas of focus I just mentioned. But as we are able to, we've also identified things we want to tackle next. And so this first one is we want to take hotspots in the NOCO region that share a common challenge or a common opportunity, and then develop common processes and regionally integrated learnings, basically to work together to manage those on a collective basis. We also want to work with CDOT, and I've talked with Randy fairly extensively about this, to identify potential opportunities for expanding transit. Maybe it's bus staying in Pegasus, as an example, to help alleviate the parking congestion we're getting at hotspots. We also want to explore the potential for getting alignment among all NOCO agencies on best practices, regulations on key issues, such as it could be campgrounds, campground management, length of stay, dog leash, pet leash. There's a whole variety of regulations out there where, Jeffco might have one regulation, Larimer might have another, and people visiting this region don't recognize the geographic boundaries when they cross from one to the other. And actually, that's probably a big jump, isn't it, from Larimer down to Jeffco? So, but don't understand when they cross these boundaries. So coming up with this best practice regulatory approach that we can begin to get some commonality in regulations is also something else. A fourth option, the fourth idea we want to explore is sharing contractors, or at least exploring this, sharing contractors and commercial agreements for operations. Trash collection is an excellent example. And then finally, exploring opportunities for sharing resources also for trail maintenance. So those are the areas of focus. I could also say this is another area of focus, and that's communications. We decided just in the last several months that we need to start turning up the volume a little bit on who NOCO is, so there's at least some understanding of who we are and what we're trying to do. And so we've got this communications plan that we developed through our communications consultant, where we're trying to utilize agency communications like your communications or the parks communications, the Forest Service, to get our messages out. Our goal is not to raise the visibility of NOCO per se, although that could be a consequence as we do this, but it's really to utilize your channels of communication. Our primary target audience is our NOCO partners, people like you and within Clear Creek County, within the Clear Creek County government. And then our next level of target audiences are other elected officials within the NOCO region, tourism agencies such as yours, chambers of commerce, et cetera. And then it kind of builds out from there to the general public. And so that's the approach we're taking on communications. We've got a whole variety of communications materials, including the common messaging I talked about before. We've got our website, working on an FAQ. We've got a fact sheet, news releases. We're going to have social media content, a quarterly report, and then we'll also get periodic requests from NOCO partners. So that is NOCO. That is who we are and what we're doing. And now we will be happy to entertain any questions of any kind. And I will stop sharing. Commissioner Wood, hello.
I think I would like to just pop in if I could for a second, and just kind of some thoughts came off to me, just supplemental thoughts as I went through there, just because I've been involved. So they're not as much questions as a couple of things. I wanted to point out that on one of the slides, we talk about the visitation impacts, and that we talk about visitation impacts on the list to wildlife, to the environment, and to the recreational experience. There are also visitation impacts to our individual communities, to the residents who live here, and that has been something we talk about. And I noted that it was left off the list, but it comes up at every meeting in some point or the other, so it's not lost on us when we're thinking about these things. Another thought is that our 2022 messaging is something that's just meant as an encyclopedia, a resource that we can use to aid our counties to be able to grant. It's for 2 or 3 purposes. It's to make sure that there's a kind of a consistent visual image and message and ethic that's expressed throughout the region So as much as possible, it's available to us as counties or as Forest Service entities, for example, to grab these and plug and play them into our own communications out to the public. And they're customizable to be able to either put our logo on or leave the NOCO logo on as we choose. For example, if we socialize it on our Facebook page, as an example, at the county or on our website, or any of our other stuff, it could be available to our tourism bureau as well, with a consistent message that we're kind of a team in the area. The thing about timed entry / reservation, I underlined reservation several times, is that the big timed entry systems, you know, for Rocky Mountain National Park and for Mount Evans as examples, are more ponderous. They require more administration. They require manpower to get them done. Whereas reservation systems, we're looking at how we smaller jurisdictions might be able to use them. So it was important as we work on this pilot and learn from the smaller projects, how we can have smaller projects in our own communities. If we identify our own hotspots in Clear Creek County, work with Scott, for example, at the Forest Service and say, yeah, this is an issue with a county parking problem on a county road and a problem with trail damage and stuff like that, that we figure out how to work together to mitigate it. And it's clear that with the growing population, one of the growing tools is going to be how to manage that access in a way that does not unduly detrimentally impact access to disadvantaged communities as well, that it doesn't become an EDI access problem. That brings us just basically to EDI. I just want to re-emphasize, it was mentioned that equity, diversity, and inclusion is really high, and it has to do with how we image, how we manage in such a way that, as I was just talking about, that we don't use congestion pricing to exclude certain communities, and how we govern and how we express ourselves as a society, so that we are more inclusive to the full environment. And how we've advertised up till now, it's kind of like advertising begets behavior in the woods. If it doesn't look like a place where you belong, then you may not go. Or if it looks like it's a kind of a place to get beyond EDI or a certain kind of activity, how industry advertises, if they advertise a certain activity in a certain way, that will beget a certain type of activity in the woods. So working with industry is important there. With regard to the Pegasus thing, in my commissioner's report earlier, what was important was this big expansion of Pegasus. It's to put it out there, Pegasus and Bustang, at a large enough scale that it will actually cause a behavior change and build the ridership that will then feed on itself. What we found with some of the initial Bustang and some of the initial concepts with Pegasus was it was going to be just a weekend type thing at first. And they realized with Pegasus, that hasn't even been launched yet, that it will leave it sitting dormant for certain periods of the week. And there's already talk about using that, for example, at Rocky Mountain National Park. Now that Director Liu and the legislature are talking about doubling, tripling, or quadrupling down on that, they're expecting that there's going to be vehicles that will be available during certain times, and they may be available for us to then integrate that effort, especially on the Pegasus side, to our trailhead delivery if we have ideas about places that we want to institute shuttle systems. And I think that's enough said. I just wanted to fill in those points between the lines. And Sean's back, so he's the chair now. So we just reached the so it's always fun to come in the middle of a conversation and take it over. I'm sure that's what I do all the time at family and restaurants and things like that. I don't know what anyone's talking about, but I've got an opinion. So, but I'm happy to hand over the reins of the meeting to you, Sean. And we had just reached the point that their presentation was done, and it was time for questions.
Yeah, thanks. I just wanted to say hi to Scott and Aaron. Scott, I don't think I've talked to you since you're back from your assignment. And thanks, Steve, for coming before us. I have a really basic question, and you probably covered it at the beginning. And I was around when this got started, but the year 2050 is in the name, it's in the website. What exactly meaning does that specific date have in the context of this effort?
Well, I'll talk high level, and Steve, you can throw in the numbers. But the bottom line, and good morning, hi to you too. The bottom line was population projections across the Front Range are staggering. You've heard the numbers, right? And the idea was 2050 was just far enough out that, you know, those projections are going to be materialized and realized. But also not so far into the future that's not a realistic goal. 2050 being, you know, basically a bullseye to shoot for. And so a little aspirational, so to speak. And then maybe the flip side of that too is, you know, we talked about the two kind of streams of effort here. There's a need for action now, but there's also a need for action in the context of that larger population growth across the Front Range. So that's where 2050 came from. A lot of the population projections have projected out that far. Steve, do you have anything to add there?
Yeah, I would just add that one of our core principles, which we had on one of our earlier slides, Commissioner, was adaptive. And the point of 2050, and it could have been 2049, it could have been 2051. There's nothing magic happening in 2050, but the point is, this is a long-term need. This group has committed. Each of the agencies has committed to being in existence for the long term. And as we put in place policies and practices and programs to manage this challenge, we're going to have to take an adaptive management approach to those solutions, because what might work today might need to be adjusted 5 years from now, 10 years from now, that kind of thing. So it's really intended to be a reflection of that adaptive management approach and that long-term commitment.
I think one last thing to add is that most engineers say, when you say we need to be thinking about the next century, and we do, of course, but you know, the farther out you project, the more esoteric those predictions become. And I think that the rule of thumb I've always heard from engineers is we can accurately predict about the next 30 years and what the impacts are and how society will change, that will even change our perceptions about what to do, and you know, all those factors. And so 30 years is both in transportation planning and other kinds of planning, about as far as you can look reasonably without and staying immediate at the same time. And also we wanted to project the image to the public, that to get them to understand that what you're seeing, this change you're seeing now, project that out for a long time and imagine why it's important.
Yeah. Okay. Thanks. I know George probably has some questions. One of the things that I'll probably be interested in reaching out to you, maybe Aaron and Scott and Steve offline and Randy, is a better understanding of, because I mean, 2050 is a boil the ocean number, right? I mean, that's so far away. And I would probably challenge your thinking a little bit, Randy. 30 years in 1960 and 70 and 80 is different than 30 years now. I mean, so I think I read somewhere that more books have been written in the last 5 years than in all of time before that, or something crazy like that. I mean, there's certainly an acceleration that's going on, but you know, having a better understanding of maybe the next 5 years rather than kind of the bigger scope. And I understand there's 2 tracks, and that makes perfect sense to me. But yeah, I'm interested to know kind of what we can be doing, better know what we can be doing at the county level with our own recreation and land preservation and economic development efforts to be in alignment with this effort. And I think that's all I've got to say. George, what's on your mind?
Yeah, I mean, it's an interesting conversation, and I think as a messaging tool, it's good to talk about 30 years from now. I know that I care about what's going to be happening 30 years from now and all of that. So, and also I'm really interested in like you are, what are the next steps, which is my kind of one of my questions here. I know our tourism bureau is undergoing a transition right now from destination marketing to destination management and marketing. And I just texted the director, she's watching, and I'm glad she's watching because I'm curious, what do you see as the next steps in building collaboration with that agency?
That's an excellent question. I'll take a first stab at this, Aaron, and then you can jump in. That's a great question. Our structure has been that we rely on people like you and the other NOCO executive committee members to make those connections and linkages. Is it working as well as we'd like? No, but I'd be happy to meet with them individually if that would be at all helpful. But that's part of the purpose of that. I mentioned how we've got these communications materials and this communication strategy. I mentioned that at the end of the presentation. One of the materials we've got is a quarterly update We sent one out, and I think Randy, Commissioner Wheelock, you distributed that to some folks within Clear Creek back in, I want to say it was January, I think. We've got another quarterly update coming out here in the next couple of weeks. We're hoping that things like that in our website can be used as ways to keep people informed, so that you can send that to the tourism folks and the others within the county that should be aware of this. But then, like I said at the first part of my answer, I would hope that you all would help connect the dots with those folks within your county that we need to be talking to directly.
Oh, Randy, I see you're muted.
Yeah, I think an additional answer to that is that I'll draw the analogy between our local recreation planning and the regional recreation planning, and kind of the same at the with our marketing, in that there are different levels of authority and responsibility and sovereignty, I'll say. And when NOCO was formed, its initial guiding principle that we kind of drove a stake in the sand was that every one of us involved makes our own decisions about our own assets. That said, we have to be informed by and coordinate between the assets, because trails run across county land into federal land and state land. And so there are a lot of places where it's best for us to be friends and collaborate. The same is also true with our marketing efforts. The land managers are the ones that decide, for example, which trail they want to emphasize or de-emphasize, or what kind of activities they want to emphasize and de-emphasize. That's really important. They need to be informed by our local political stances as well. But it's not necessarily the place of the marketing organization to decide, now we're going to advertise this and push this spot, and now we're not going to do that on their own independently. They need to listen to the land. Their marketing is about marketing for business. Marketing marketers aren't the land management experts that decide where something will be helpful to advertise and where not to advertise. So it's really, really important. And I don't know that we've done it yet, but we're heading that way with management versus marketing, to an integration of that knowledge, so that the folks that actually have the authority over and the expertise in which kinds of activities to push in a specific piece of land as we're shifting people around, it's really important that is integrated, and that the marketing is actually guided by that knowledge.
Thank you. And I know we're over time just a little bit here. What I'm seeing is a need, because I know that the Tourism Bureau builds their marketing content right now. And so what I'm seeing is a need to take Steve's offer and set up a meeting between the director of the Tourism Bureau and maybe Steve and maybe that marketing firm that NOCO has hired. Randy, Sean, if it's okay with you, I'll go ahead and set that up sometime this month.
That's fine. Yeah, I mean, we're talking about policy here, and we do need to talk about that stuff in a public meeting, because I don't think we have quite yet.
And I'm not talking about trying to make policy decisions. I'm talking about trying to get the content that was developed to our Tourism Bureau as they build their content. And then the other thing is, I just in terms of policy, I love the idea of Clear Creek County signing on to that press release. If you need direction from that board to do so, I'm happy to support it.
I'm fine with that too.
And that's all from me.
Thank you.
Okay, any last words, Steve, Scott, Aaron?
I will only say, if any of you or anybody listening today wants to have further conversations, please don't hesitate to reach out.
Thanks,
I'll also add, this is a little travel and road show that we're doing with the majority of the 8 entities across the executive committee. And so, just as Steve kind of articulated that little upside down triangle of our communication plan here, trying to get the word out. And so thank you for the time today. I'll also just say thank you to Commissioner Wheelock and then to the county more generally for your support of this effort over the last 3 years. Randy's been excellent to work with. And we've already thanked Beth, but we'll do it again.
Yes.
And so just wanted to end on a high note there. Thank you all.
A heartfelt ditto to both of those comments.
I just want to say that I think this has been a really educational experience for me. I think it's especially now, I'm really proud of the fact that of the different counties who have chosen to take a new action as a result of this, I think Clear Creek is actually the first to kind of springboard out of what we're doing and say that we're preparing it was actually part of the NOCO plan that each one of the counties would develop a new recreation plan based on what we're learning. And I think the integration between the two will be critical, but I'm also proud of the fact that Clear Creek is jumping out with the romp. And I think that integration of everything from marketing through recreation management and planning back through the regional, having all these different resources is critically important. And I'm really happy to be part of it so far. So thanks.
Awesome. Thank you, guests.
Thank you.
We're going to move on to our next agenda item. We're just running a little bit behind, but I think we'll be able to catch up. Consideration approval of the Clear Creek Economic Development Corporation CDBG contract number 8 closeout documentation. Ms. Valdez.
Good morning. Thanks for having me. Yeah, this is predominantly just a formality. It's actually closing out our previous grant contract. We did go through this process and did a formal public hearing and closed out the grant. They transitioned about a little over a year ago to a new CDBG manager, and they've been going through everything and asked us to fill out this additional paperwork. So this is just some numbers for them to look at as far as jobs, reporting back to HUD. So again, it's just a formality. If you have any questions, we'll be going through this process again, not too far down the road. Our current grant will expire in November of this year. And so we're going to be working on the new application. We'll go through the grant closeout process, do another public hearing, and then enter into the new grant period at the end of the year.
I have a really high level question. You've been here for how long now? 4 years?
5 years.
5 years. Wow, time flies.
Yeah.
How has the program changed in your tenure? I know that we brought in additional, or I shouldn't say we, your team has brought in additional block grants and has more capital in the community. Do you have a sense for kind of the scale of the impact now versus when you started?
Yeah, I mean, we've definitely seen an increase in demand for the loan program, especially, of course, with COVID. We did, as you know, a lot of emergency working capital loans. We have more than doubled our grant in this current period. So as compared to the last grant period that I'm asking you to close out today with this form. So yeah, we've more than doubled that, and then we expect to again bring in another, hopefully around $700 to $1 million. Again, it's all dependent on what HUD has available that ends up at the state, that ends up at the county, and then with us. So looking forward to continuing to grow the program. We've really seen a lot of demand, an increase in demand. Surprisingly for a lot of new projects during COVID, which is great. We've got the Club Hotel working, really excited about that. Been working with the Argo. So yeah, we're excited to see some of these developments get to open.
I do have one quick follow-on question. The Fed raised interest rates by a quarter percent last month, and the bond market thinks it's going to raise it another maybe 4 or 5 more times before the end of the year. Does that affect the rates that your organization charges for the loan program that you're administrating?
It does. So typically our interest rate is the prime rate plus 2%. For our CDBG program. If it's our revolved fund, it could be maybe 0.5% to 1% more. But yeah, it does. Our rates are based off of that Wall Street prime rate.
Okay, thanks. That's all I had. George, Randy.
Yeah, I got a couple of questions here, Lindsay, and I don't know, maybe we can lean on staff and see if they're able to help us with this answer. I saw there's an $88,000 county match in this, and just so everybody knows, this isn't going to influence my support for this closeout, but I'm just curious, what is the source of that county match? Does that come out of your budget, Lindsay? Does that come out of our budget? And if it comes out of our budget, where?
It does come out of the county's budget. So historically, the county has always provided the match. It's the minimum match for the CDBG grant as kind of the contribution to us administering the program. I'm not sure if we as an organization would be able to cover the match, because I don't think we can use dollars from the program to match the program. So I think we'd have to continue to rely on the county for that. As far as exactly where the match is coming from, I'd have to defer to Brian on that one.
Brian, you're muted.
All right. Coming out of the general fund?
Okay.
So yeah, George, it's $22,000 a year is the minimum grant match.
Great. Well, thank you for that. And then I see here CDBG has the low to moderate income benefit as a goal, and that's what we selected for the outcomes of this grant. How do they define low to moderate income?
So it's based on the median income for the county. And so we are required through the CDBG grant to, let's see, how do I explain this and not taking up all your time? So the CDBG grant is based on job creation. And so we're able to loan out $20,000 of CDBG funds for every job created. 51% of those jobs created have to be available to individuals that qualify as low to moderate income. And again, that's low to moderate income calculated based on our median wages in the county. And so there's some confusion as far as what that means, but again, it has to be a job available to someone who qualifies as low to moderate income. We also have a program, a micro enterprise loan program, that is for entrepreneurs that qualify as low to moderate income. And so if they qualify, we look at their tax returns, and based on their adjusted gross income, if they qualify as low to moderate income, they could qualify for a micro enterprise loan fund, which is a much better interest rate.
Okay, so it's aimed at both the incomes of the entrepreneurs and the incomes of the people who will be getting jobs.
Yes.
When the business is successful.
Yes.
Okay, and then it's so you said it's tied to the AMI. That's probably the our Denver Metro Statistical Region AMI.
Exactly.
Okay, so that might make it pretty easy for us to hit that qualification. For anybody listening and wondering what's going on, the Denver MSA, Metropolitan Statistical Area AMI, is quite a bit higher than what we calculate within our county. So, okay, thank you. Appreciate it.
And that was my only question, was regarding specifically the AMI and how we tie in there.
Anything else, Lindsay?
No, I think that's it. I'm looking forward to bringing the new application and continuing the program. I did want to report actually that we just closed on a loan in Gilpin County. So we do cover Gilpin County as well. So we're excited to see a business grow over there too.
Awesome. Okay, this is an action session, so I believe we're ready for a motion.
I move we approve the Clay Creek Economic Development Corporation Community Development Block Grant Contract number 8 closeout.
Second.
We have a motion, a second. All in favor, say aye. Aye.
Aye.
Aye.
Opposed, same sign. Motion carries. Lindsay, thank you very much.
Thanks for having me.
10 o'clock local liquor licensing authority. Consideration approval of special events permits for Easter Seals of Colorado Rocky Mountain Village. Hi, Nanette. Is this one of those that we need to open up for public comment and then approve administratively?
This one we've actually set for a full hearing, I believe.
Okay.
Just because there's a few new events One of their events is new that they're doing. And we thought it would just be a good idea for them to come, but I don't know if anybody is here from Easter Seals. I'm looking at the attendee list. And I'm not seeing anybody. So I guess that's up to the board to decide whether they want to move forward without the applicant being present. They've never had any issues running their events as they should. We've never had any problems with law enforcement or anything. They've always run their events just fine for us.
Okay, then I'm kind of sensing that you're okay, Nanette, with going through this process, even though they're not here.
Yes, I am.
All right. Okay, so just looking here. Do we need to take public comment on this? Peter?
Yes, you do.
Okay, so I will open up public comments for this particular application. If anybody has come here to make a public comment, or if, please raise your hand and Beth will move you over and we can hear what you have to say. Seeing and hearing none, we will close public comments. Looking at the documentation, it looks like there's a perfect pairing fundraiser, archery tournament fundraiser, Parker Palooza fundraiser. So alcohol permit and archery, I don't know if that sounds like it's things that pair well together. Am I understanding this correctly?
That is correct. They want to be able to serve alcohol at that event.
Okay.
Did you, Nanette, have a chance to ask the question whether they were going to be providing alcohol to people before they participate in archery?
That question I did not ask.
I think we can probably presume that that would not be the case, right?
I would hope not.
Yeah, it looks like it's a 5-hour event, so maybe you get to fire all of your archery and then talk about it over a beer or something.
So my understanding is that this is just probably like any type of fair event type of thing, that you would still engage in those type of activities, presumably, however, that they would not let you do it if you seemed impaired in any way.
That sounds fair.
What's the liability to us if we approve this and something happens?
The liabilities on them as the presenter of the event. What we're doing is authorizing that they may do this, but our liability is extremely low. They are assuming the risk.
And Sarah has just joined us if we have any questions for her. Hi, Sarah.
Hi. Yes, I did catch the tail end of that. So the archery tournament is a fundraiser for the Easter Seals camp at Rocky Mountain Village. So the tournament will start early in the morning. They'll have a round of 3D target hitting, and then they'll come back for a lunch in our dining hall, and then that's where they'll have some beer. So
awesome.
Sounds pretty reasonable. Okay, Sarah, do you have anything else to add to the conversation?
We're just also holding the perfect pairing on April 23rd, and tickets are being sold. So that's why we're applying for the permit. And then also we have the Parker Palooza, which I believe we don't sell tickets for. It's also a fundraiser, but they'll be serving some alcohol, and we do check IDs at that event and have waivers for anyone who might be consuming the alcohol. So.
Okay. That sounds good. George, Randy, do you have any concerns or questions?
Only the one that George brought up was the only thing, is that we're assured that there will be reasonable control between imbibing and shooting arrows.
Okay. So, George, do you have anything else?
No, I'm ready to vote yes on this one.
Okay, so we need a motion, Peter, is that right?
I need to go off mute. Yes, correct.
Okay, so I think we're ready for a motion.
Randy, you are on mute.
I move that we approve the special events permit for the Easter Seal of Colorado, Rocky Mountain Village.
Second.
We have a motion, a second. All in favor, say aye. Aye.
Aye.
Opposed, same sign. Motion carries. Thank you so much, Sarah, for what you guys do in the community. I hope that you guys raise a lot of money.
Well, thank you very much. Thank you all. Have a good morning.
Thank you.
And look at that, we're 60 seconds ahead. But yeah, let's just roll into the consent agenda. Are there any items that anybody would like to pull off the consent agenda to discuss individually?
I would like to pull off number 2, I believe, only for a minor technicality for a change on the list. I believe it's number 2. Isn't that correct, Peter? The appointments.
Looking at the agenda, yes.
Okay.
Anything else, staff or George or Randy? Okay, well, let me read the consent agenda then. Item number 1, consideration approval of warrant register. Skipping number 2, number 3, consideration approval of intergovernmental agreement concerning the distribution of sales tax revenue between Clear Creek County and the town of Silver Plume, I assume is what the rest of that is. Number 4, consideration of approval of intergovernmental agreement concerning the distribution of sales tax revenue between Clear Creek County and the town of Empire for the purpose of improving the safety of roads and bridges in the county. I assume that's replied to the previous one as well. It was cut off on my printout. Number 5, consideration approval of intergovernmental agreement concerning the distribution of sales tax revenue between Clear Creek County and the town of Georgetown for the purpose of improving the safety of roads and bridges in the county. Number 6, consideration approval of intergovernmental agreements concerning the distribution of sales tax revenue between Clear Creek County and the city of Idaho Springs for the purpose of improving the safety roads and bridges in the county. Number 7, consideration approval of CDOT CSF's project teams formation and participation inquiries. That's it. I'll entertain a motion.
I move we approve the consent agenda as presented with the omission of number 2.
Second, with compliments to Sean for his graceful read of number 5.
We have a motion and a second. All in favor, say aye.
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 Motion passes. Now pull out item number 2, consideration approval of resolution R-22-23, resolution revising Board of County Commissioners, resolution R-22-05, resolution of appointment and acknowledgement for certain county positions.
And this was pulled, I believe, because there's one of the appointments on the list relates to the DRCOG Transportation Committee. Originally, the way the list read when it was approved in January, it had just the alternate, Chair Wood being the alternate. It did not have a first. So we filled this in with the idea that if indeed DRCOG was going to be appointing anybody, since it's ultimately the committee that does its own appointments, that Amy Saxton would serve as the first, if that became the case. I did see an email from Commissioner Wheelock about this, so he may have additional information to provide that may need this corrected for some reason.
That's one of the 2 reasons that I called it. It's not quite, what I got was a more accurate characterization of the RTC. The Regional Transportation Committee is appointed by the Board of Directors of DRCOG from the Board of Directors of DRCOG. It's not a committee to which we make appointments and decide who's there, other than to decide who the representative to DRCOG board is, which in this case is me, and the alternate is George Marlin. So what happens is on the RTC, that's elected at DRCOG from among the Board of Directors reps. And it's a subcommittee of DRCOG that's created by DRCOG, and we don't decide who the person is. It would be like me, it would be like I would run for election on the board as an officer of DRCOG. You can run for subcommittees of DRCOG as well. And I Peter, when you called me about that, I was confused because you'll notice that the TAC right below that, which has Stephen Stominger from Gilpin and our alternate is Fred Rollenhagen. Fred Rollenhagen used to be in the primary role there. And I was confused and thinking that was I remembered that there was one of the committees that was, that they requested staff because it was more of a technical committee or a tech team. So on the second item there, the TAC, so in the first place, we just pretty much need to strike that from our list of appointments because it's not an appointment we make. On the second one, the TAC, we need to decide whether the right person is Fred or whether it would be Amy as our transportation person. And I haven't talked about this with Amy at all or with Fred or anyone. It's just something.
I have. I spoke with Amy and Fred about this last week, and they determined that Fred would stay on that committee. Okay. But Beth, if you could, when you finalize this list, subsequent to the motion that I imagine is going to be made, just remove, as Commissioner Wheelock indicated, DRCOG Regional Transportation Committee. We'll remove that from the list in its entirety. That's very good to know. I imagine that's been on the list for quite a while and somehow has made it through.
It was confusing to me. And we may have had somebody on that committee at one time and had them listed or something and just threw it on there because they got elected to that position in the past. But for whatever reason, it was confusing to me too. And I'm sorry I led you astray, Peter.
No, that's,
you called me last week, so.
That's cool. No, good that we're getting it corrected. That's great. Just so the board is aware, since we had pulled the items, the other items that are there, they're highlighted as to any changes. We added people consistent with reach out to staff and commissioners over time, but most of these were staff related items that we wanted to fill in any blanks anywhere where there were vacancies or had been resignations that we needed to fill. So this is just kind of cleaning up the list that we had done in January as well.
I think that, and this one is, I'm thinking about this in real time right now, based on the commissioner update of my conversation with Steve Kroll. Sean, the very short version is after a few years of Steve hoping we would find a replacement for him, I gave him a call and we decided that maybe there'd be some more urgency and awareness around finding a replacement if his resignation was effective. So can we also modify Clear Creek Fire Authority appointments to only have me for the time being?
Vacant.
Or state vacant, yeah.
Right now, it does have Steve on there, so it's got George Marlin and then Steve Kroll. So Beth, if you could also remove Steve Kroll as indicated by Commissioner Marlin, and then any motion to approve this list, if you could just include these two modifications, if there are no more.
One other question, down at the bottom, local judiciary alternate, attorney Richard Toussaint. I know he sold his business a few years ago, and I thought I heard he might have even left the area, but do we know for sure he's still around and actively serving that role?
My understanding is that he's been in that role since January again. It may have been subsequent to the reappointment, but I cannot speak to that.
Do you know, Beth?
Can you guys hear us?
Yeah.
Okay, I was just gonna chat you that I think Sheriff Albers might be the one to tell us. He sits on that board and he was the one who updated the list for me, but I'm not sure he is on the screen right now. So I did run the list by him and there he is. Yay. Thank you, Rick, for saving me.
No problem. As far as I know, I checked with Judge Jones and it's still her replacement for the.
Okay, thanks.
But I'll double check for you, Sean, just to make sure.
All right, thanks, Rick.
Yep.
Anything else regarding this resolution?
Okay.
I think we're probably ready for a motion following Peter's recommendations.
So I move we approve the our list of county appointments with the removal of the Dr. Cog TRC and the removal of Steve Kroll from the Fire Authority appointment. And Peter, was there one more? I'm sorry.
No, that's everything.
Okay.
Second, with gratitude to Steve Kroll for all of his years of service.
Absolutely. He's been there a long time, a really long time. Steve, I don't see you online, but thanks for publicly, thanks for all of your work serving on the Fire Authority Board on the behalf of the county for all these years.
Okay, thank you. We have a motion and a second. All in favor, say aye. Aye.
Aye.
Aye.
Motion carries. On to our next agenda item. I see you and I see the name Tim Moreland, which doesn't quite match, but
Oh, it doesn't.
biannual roundabout transit update. Anne Marie.
Hi. This is my last week here with the county. I'm sad to be leaving. I'm super proud of this program. I really enjoyed my time here. But we're heading back home to Michigan. And I want to introduce Tim. Tim Moreland has taken my supervisor's position.
Morning.
He's been with the team since 2016 as a driver with SRC. We're really happy to have him on board. We just kind of wanted to go through things with you, where we're at, where we're going, our anticipation. I know our budget was high last year, but we're not anticipating as high this year. We have a PowerPoint, but I promise we're going to be quick.
I have a quick question while you're launching that.
Yeah.
I thought I saw the roundabout in front of King Supers last week or the week before. Does it actually travel that close to my neighborhood now?
Yes, it does. We have been doing that for quite some time. Hold on, I'm trying to get this. I don't want that one.
And Tim might be able to share a little bit. There are a lot of dentist offices over there in that area. So I think we started going over there for that, and also King Supers.
Cool. We got the bread lounge. We got all kinds of good stuff over here.
What are you guys seeing right now?
We got your PowerPoint.
Okay, the good one? Okay.
I think so, yeah.
Good. All right. So we haven't done a transit update in a few months, so we wanted to get that out of the way before I left. We also are requesting 2 related transit grants. It's a 5304 grant, which would be fund and operational assessment of our transit plan, and if we're doing it right and accurately, and if it's benefiting to us the most. And then our operating and administrative expenses that we just want to go over with you and make sure that we're good to go. Our accomplishments are awesome, and just to kind of update you guys. Bear with us. We're both nervous again, as normal. All right.
All right,
Tim.
this is our first slide. It's our ridership from 2017 to present. As you can see, here, can we move this over?
Yep.
Sorry. From 2017 till March of 2020, our numbers gradually rose. We were a new service, but it's grown every year. And then we had COVID hit, then we kind of had that dip. And then immediately after COVID, we rose quite a bit. And then in 2021, we've just gone steadily, just gone straight up. And then already this year, we're already pretty high compared to the years before. All right. Our next slide is the yearly comparable totals for Clear Creek County Transit. As you can see, from 2017 to 2018, our numbers increased 128%. In 2018 to 2019, our numbers increased 43%. 2019 to 2020, we decreased 9%. That was probably due to the COVID when we shut down. From 2020 to 2021, we had an increase of 192%. And then already this year, we're up 51% from last year.
I had a question on this slide. Can you remind me or satisfy a hunch, when did we stop charging fares
Oh, yes, we stopped charging fares in March of 2020, just before COVID hit.
Okay.
Yeah, so and then we added a second bus to the program during that. Once we returned, we added a second bus. So we have a local route right now going to Idaho Springs, from Idaho Springs to Silver Plume. We are also currently going to Walmart and meeting up with RTD and going to Bergen Park. So we do get people to dentist appointments, doctor's appointments, whatever they need out there. And to our, happiness and great expectations, our ridership just keeps growing and growing. And I think this summer is going to be probably the best year yet. It's been so excellent for the county and the people of the county. They absolutely love it. They absolutely enjoy it. We've even got tourism coming aboard. But we're really happy as far as our numbers go. June of 2021, we did add a third bus. This allowed us for more room to adhere to the challenges of COVID, because we couldn't have a full bus because of COVID. So we had to add that third bus on. So we had 2 local routes running and then 1 Walmart Bergen Park bus running. We managed to fill the buses every single time. We were running 7 days a week, 3 buses Monday through Thursday and 2 buses on Saturday and Sunday. Ultimately, the addition of the third bus meant the system was now missing the spare bus. And we came across where we had to do repairs and we didn't have that 2-to-1 ratio or 3-to-1 ratio to have a backup bus. So that's kind of where we're at right now. We're running 2 buses, we have a spare, so we can get timely maintenance done and still keep the route running.
I think one of the 2 things can we go back that slide, please? I think 2 things that really pop out to me about this are that first is about the present and what we see going on right now. And I will just say anecdotally, one of our favorite words, that some of the folks that occasionally ask me for a ride somewhere have started saying to me, I'll say, do you need a ride? And they'll say, no, that's okay, I got the roundabout. I mean, there's really a change in thinking about how people are moving around. And I think it's in large part due to Sean Wood's excellent suggestion back in 2020 that if we're not making any money off the fare anyway, why don't we just build ridership and make this thing roll, let people get on it and go. The second thing to think about is that assuming the success of Senate Bill 180 and the expression of CDOT to build behavior, my guess is we're going to see, you mentioned tourism as being a piece of this, and I think we're going to see the purpose of that whole effort that they're doing at CDOT right now is connect these silos of local transit organizations to be able to make transit work fluidly. We'll probably see that trend continue greatly once they finally get that thing off and rolling on the ground in the next year or 2. It's a year out before they'll be able to really make that investment and make it go, year to a year and a half before they really build it out. But we would probably see a big impact there as well.
Yeah, I agree with you. It's definitely been a positive influence on the county. And we get calls all the time with questions, and it thrills me every single time. And the fact that we're getting people to and from their jobs or to groceries, or we're helping the older generation, the seniors, the disabled. It's really a big improvement for our county, and we're really proud of it. Our next slide is our demographics.
Sorry to butt in, but do we have any even anecdotal idea about the demographics of who's riding our bus and who, and maybe even a understanding of how that might be changing over time?
You can see in this slide right here that they're on. Obviously, the adults are the largest percentage of riders, but we have started measuring the senior population a lot more closely to look for some older American funding or 5310 funding. And another big increase we're seeing is in the youth. Lots more kids are riding the bus to go to the rec center or go to their friend's house. Is that kind of what you were looking for, Sean?
Yeah, and I think one thing I might suggest if you redo this graph in the future is if you normalize 2022 to like project to full year numbers, right? Because that looks kind of misleading.
Okay.
Oh, because we're not through 2022.
Yeah.
Yes. No, I totally understand that. All right. Do you guys have any other
So the trend
questions?
relative to the year before kind of thing.
Yeah, it's
I think it's the trend's going to continue going up based on the monthly numbers I saw.
it is. That's our anticipation, is that it's going to be higher than last summer, than even our highest peak of any time
Kind of
last.
also wondering about economic demographics, but I mean, that might be impossible or at least hard to get.
It is hard to get. We tried doing a survey in the middle of last year, paper survey, in handing them out to people, getting them back. It didn't fare as well. People just don't like doing surveys and giving them back to you. So we try to come up with something different, something more, I guess, catchy. The other problem is if we do it digitally, a lot of people that we carry on the buses don't have computers or cell phones. It's kind of amazing, the population, how variety it is.
Maybe this is something that the PIO, our newly hired PIO, could help out with.
Yeah, help figure out. I think two things that jump out to me that would be helpful to know that were each brought up here. Well, one of them was brought up, are especially with the Walmart RTD connection, trying to get some sense of workforce mobility that's being aided and abetted, or how that might be able to be aided and abetted by changes in the service, by just kind of studying what's going on there. And also that tourism connection. If we find out how many people are visitors that happen to be coming here on transit and riding our transit once they get here, that would be helpful to know as well, if there's a piece of that.
Yeah, and we would like to get more detailed with our counts and our sheets, but I tell you what, to get a digital counting system is expensive. We've been looking at all different sorts of ways to tally ridership. It stops at demographics, locations. But it's quite pricey. We just haven't found something that fits our budget yet. That would definitely help us and make us pinpoint how many riders, specifically seniors, minors, adults, and the specific locations. And then if it's tourism, we'd be able to note that, because our ridership is very local and our drivers have a good rapport with our locals. So if they saw somebody come on, they didn't know who it was, they'd be able to assume that it was, somebody from out of town.
Or somebody new. I think one way to go at it could be to do something as simple, and this is just a wild idea, but this is something our PIO could inform, or someone else, but it could be as simple as an anonymous thing that's done on a tablet sitting where you enter the bus.
Yes.
It's a survey there, just bang,
Yes.
bang. Which of these do you fall into? Bang, 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 bang. And
Yep.
Simple as that. And it's totally anonymous. There's no name involved or anything.
Yep. Nope, that's a great idea. I didn't even think about it. I think that's a great idea. Oh, all right. We can go to the next one. We'll probably go through these pretty fast. This is our local ridership. And this is the route from Silver Plume, Georgetown, Idaho Springs, Empire, Dumont, Downeyville, Lawson. You can see that 2020, we started off low. Granted, the first part was COVID, and then we bounced up pretty good. And then when we took it over completely in 2021, we had outrageous local ridership. Just fantastic. There's our Walmart. As you can see, once we started it up, it started to boom. We actually had a rider, correct me if I'm wrong, Tim, that came from Denver, rode Mustang up to Idaho Springs to get on the bus, the roundabout, to take it back to Walmart to work. So it's just, yeah, right? It's crazy.
I just want to take this to lightly suggest a rebrand of this route. I can understand the reasons why you would call it the Walmart route. And I can think of some reasons why we would want to let Walmart do their own marketing.
Right. No, and I totally get that, but you'd be surprised how hard it is to communicate to the population as to what route is what. We would like to do a class to teach people how to ride the bus. We're finding out it's very confusing to some. So we're trying to be as blunt as possible.
Well,
Yeah.
Eastern route, RTD route, any number of things could be maybe used there that helps
Right.
people.
Okay.
Does that route actually stop at like Home Depot, or just would someone have to like hoof it over there if they wanted to?
If they wanted us to drop them off, we would be happy to drop them off. It's just right across the street. We just have a stop at Walmart and we have a stop at Bergen Park, but we are flexible.
Yeah, I mean, you could call it El Rancho, but then there's also a restaurant called El
I
Rancho.
thought the same thing, yeah.
Right. And so right now on our brochures, it says Walmart/Bergen Park route,
Yeah.
because we do go to Bergen Park. All right. Go ahead, Tim.
This pie chart represents the riders get on and off. Majority of our riders go to and from Georgetown and Idaho Springs.
This is not necessarily where they live, but this is the largest population of ridership. And that probably has to do with, we have bigger downtowns for Georgetown and Idaho Springs. Obviously Silver Plume's a little smaller, but we do have ridership there. Yeah.
For its size, Empire has a lot.
Yeah, it does. And it only has one stop. And that number has grown substantially in the past year.
All right, this is our maintenance graph. Maintenance is our third highest cost. It has a great impact on our budget. 2021 was our baseline for maintenance. It was the first full year that Clear Creek County actually ran the bus. We track this closely for any signs of wear and tear that could lead to emergent problems that we have with the buses. Preventative maintenance includes tire changes, tire rotations, lube oil filter, those things like that.
Where do you guys get most of that work done?
Locally, Milo's Speed Shop up in Silver Plume, because we don't have any place else to really take it.
We have a very limited resources for work on our buses, especially with like the wheelchair lifts, the chains that we have, all the electronics that go on those buses. So we're pretty limited up here for those type of things. We take that down to DDRC in Golden. We worked with them through SRC. They've been working on those buses for 30 years. So that's where we normally take like the major stuff, but anything that could be done up here, we try to keep it up here.
This is our emergent costs. They've gone up a lot because we are running these vehicles ragged.
What does that mean, emergent?
Like emergency. So the passenger door motor was quite a bit. That was a big one for the Chevy.
These are like unexpected.
Yes,
like
yes.
unplanned,
These are our normal preventative maintenance stuff. This is something that happens that we have to get fixed quick, and it's usually expensive.
Well, I mean, in the context of the overall program costs, these numbers are pretty modest, I would say.
Okay. Some of them are. The rear differential and the gear repair that we had to do on the 16 kind of set us back. That was a big one. And then we do have wheelchair service and door repairs. Our AC keeps going down. Our 19 is kind of our lemon. Unfortunately, we've had just more and more problems with it than our oldest bus. We just feel at this point, we feel like we keep band-aiding it. And we're running them, and our guys have learned they're not abusing them. And we do maintenance every 2 weeks on them. So we're on top of that. It's just, we run them. We have a lot of use. This is our preventative maintenance so far. So we're doing really, really well. We've only had a few large expenses, and you'll see that on the next slide with the emergent. But we're on schedule as far as our oil changes, tire rotations. We do switch out tires twice a year, summer tires and winter tires. You'd be surprised how much we don't have to use our chains when we have studded snows. The guys feel very comfortable in the snow and driving. With the studded snows, it makes a big difference. Here's our emergent issues. Again, our 19 is our lemon. It's never ending with this bus. We didn't know it was a lemon until we kind of, when Beth and I took over, and we just started noticing things happen and more and more and more and more, and we just can't seem to get it to not have problems. Let's see. So that's the other problem is the 2019, we can't always depend on it. So it usually sits in the parking lot. Right now, unfortunately, our Chevy is sitting in the parking lot. It's actually at Milo's because we have to get a alternator, and the alternator company that made that alternator is no longer in business. So we can't get that alternator for that bus. We've been working on this for probably 3 or 4 weeks. Transit vehicles are in high demand right now. We have applied in 2020. I applied for one bus in 2020. We won't get it until September, hopefully, of this year. We also applied for a grant 2022 for 2022, but we won't get those buses until 2023 or 2024. And those are both cutaways. The cutaways are they take a good hit on these mountains and highways and the side roads. We're trying to get into the sprinter-like vans like we discussed a few months ago, and we have found one. There's only one available in Colorado that we have found that we can get fast. And it meets our needs. It's not wheelchair accessible, but we have 2 to 3 other ones that are wheelchair accessible. And we are requesting that we get the support of the ARP funds that the county got to replace at least one bus. Roughly the total of the new bus would be about 110,000. And that includes the wrap. And it's ready to go. We actually test drove it a few weeks ago. Tim drove it around town. And it's more of the sprinter style, not the cutaway. So there would be less maintenance, better fuel use. It wouldn't be as hard on the wear and tear. This is our fuel. Unfortunately, we can't guess what fuel will take us each year to year, especially with what's going on right now. Our fuel has gone up in 2021 because we did have 3 routes. We were running from 6 to 9 every day. But that is one of the things that we are cutting back in the budget is our fuel, our hours, our drivers, our routes. We have already cut a lot of that. We cut 96 hours from our route already. We are running Monday through Friday still. 1 route local, and Monday through Friday, Walmart in Bergen Park. Saturday and Sunday, we did reduce the route, so we're only doing 8 to 5. Some people are unhappy because we don't do the night service anymore. But fuel it's a big impact on our budget. So here's our budget, 2021 versus 2022. So in 2021, because of rebranding, because of we did get another bus, we did spend $566,000. However, because of COVID funds and grants, we did receive $402,000 that was covered by those grants from CDOT and ARPA and CRSA and the CARES Act. So 2021 was a great year for funding. Unfortunately, I don't think we're going to have that opportunity this year for all that funding. So we are trying hard and diligently to cut back our funds so we can still operate. So last year, Clear Creek County spent a total of $163,000 on transit. We're asking that you guys approve the 2022 revised budget. As it sits, we're looking at $520,000, which is less than 2021, but it'll be offset by the $240,000 that we're receiving in grants. We are also working on our 5311 funding, which we get yearly. They have put a cap on us, but Beth is diligently working with CDOT to try to get that increase. They only give us $125,000 a year. And the rate that we're going and growing, that's just not enough money. For, if we're going to be part of the transit community and have CDOT behind us, and we need more money. We're growing. We're not this little transit prospector anymore. We're larger. So hopefully we will get more funds in the upcoming years.
Do you know how that might be impacted? Those costs might be impacted by the Sprinter type vans versus the types we've been running in terms of cost per passenger mile?
Yes, we know it's going to be less fuel. We know the maintenance is going to be lower. It'll be easy, they will be easier to maintain. The tires will be smaller, so we won't have to, the tire costs will be cheaper.
What's the story with the contract services? It looks like it was fairly modest in 2021 and the budgeted was fairly modest at 5,000 and the revised is 52,000.
So that's because we are doing we got a grant for a restructure. So somebody to come in and help us with our route to make sure the times are right, the stops are right, that what we're doing in the county is correct. We're gonna do an RFP. We're getting we got 40,000 and then we're asking the commissioners to approve 10,000 as our total would be 50,000.
So that was a one-time cost.
Yep.
That was due to having a study done to optimize our services and our operations.
Right.
Okay.
Yes, so we'd like to have the study done this year.
You mentioned grant, but I look at the budget and revised grants and those are both the exact same number.
Correct.
So, Sean, we applied for the 5304 grant. That's what it's called. It's a planning assessment grant where a third-party professional comes in and kind of looks at your whole operation, all your operating expenses, personnel, routes, schedules, everything, and basically tells us if we're doing it right or if there are efficiencies to be found or cost or money to be saved. And so the grant was the total project cost is 50,000. The grant was 40,000 from CDOT, and then 10 grand is our match, which is in our contract services budget. But we have to expense the entire 50,000 in our expenses because we put the 40,000 up in our revenues.
That's what confused me though, is because when I went down to the grants, I would have expected the revised grants to be 40,000 higher to reflect the new money that's going to be spent on the contract services.
Correct. I saw the same thing and wondered what we said. You would have seen a $40,000 if there was a change. If there was a change on contract services, you would have thought you would have seen the same change on the bottom line.
Oh, I see.
Of 40, so it's 50,000 more expenses. There should have been 40,000 more revenue coming in to offset that.
And there?
Because it looks like it's costing us the full price extra.
We did not include it in the original budget amount. I don't know why. I think it was because we weren't approved for it yet.
So in that case, did you?
In our grants.
Sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt.
Oh, you're good.
Could you have possibly acknowledged the projected revenues, but not the expenses in the budget that we passed in December?
Yes.
Well, on that particular area, I'd be happy to. I think there's an awful lot more money coming into right now. There's just land in terms of attitude by the state, landing in terms of this increase to Pegasus and bus stand. What they're looking at, one of the things that they're hearing, the feedbacks they're getting is that local transit agencies need to be as robustly supported in order to increase this drive towards greater transit ridership. Because when you increase the connections between the transit agencies, you then you increase the capability in the drive. You drive the ridership of the local transit agencies as well. And so the state's going to have to think about that as they're driving forward. And
so we're asking them
I think that's an area that we should be working on. I think that's an area that we as commissioners should be working on down at CDOT and at the state level as well in legislation to make sure that there's a balance between the local and the connector systems.
Right. And we're working on other grants too, like the older, what is it?
The 53, well, we're looking for 5310 to serve our senior population. We're also looking at Main Street grants to purchase maybe another transit van, like the Sprinter type van as well, to replace one of our buses. And then we also have our annual super capital call is what they call it, where you apply for bus replacements each year. And we are doing the transition and trying to get away from the cutaways and going over to the transit Sprinter vans.
There may be also some room to work collaboratively with CDOT, Michael Timlin and Amber Blake, on the acquisition of and outfitting of the Sprinter type vans, unless you're already doing that, because that's exactly what they're doing for Pegasus. And so you're really talking about the same kind of thing as Pegasus. And one other thing I'll just throw out here is that I've heard some pushback from the transit communities and most of the other transit communities in the state with regard to this expansion of Pegasus. And one of the things they're concerned about is that Pegasus will begin to deliver to points. In other words, all the way through to where they don't have to get on the local transit service. What's happened is the local transit services have immediately reacted and said, you're stealing our ridership. And so no, we're not stealing your ridership. We're actually adding to your ridership, but we're also providing the van that's going to take them to their end destination, so you don't have to buy another one. So it's really trying to work more collaboratively. And so so there's two elements there. Number one, that there may be some, as they really robustly increase that amount, they may start providing a little of the service that we're providing accidentally. But secondly, they may be a source of helping us find the right kind of vehicle for the right price, because they're doing the exact same things, adapting for accessibility and all that kind of stuff. And so we can talk with Michael Timlin about the efforts there, and they might help inform ours.
Okay. Great.
Yeah, I'll go back there real quick. I just wanted to know, we have a new budget director. We're kind of scrutinizing the sustainability of our county finances. And, when I see a budgeted number of county impact, 66,000, and then a revised number in 2022 of 280,000, that gets my attention. And I think we probably need to have some conversations sooner about what things look like in 23 and 24 and 25.
Great.
I agree with that. I know there's a lot of funding out there for capital, and I know that can help. And I look at the wages as, what is that, around 50% of our budget, and that's just never going to go away. And so I think that
it is going to go away when there's autonomous buses, but that might be a while.
There we go. I think that we need to see, and I think that we've observed this with other departments as well. And we know that the solutions to improvement are in place, just better accuracy of budgeting, better discipline to that budget. And I think that this board should be involved and be aware when we're talking about these kinds of $100,000 over budget kind of moments. And so I agree with Sean that this is something that we should probably look at prior to the budgeting season in terms of what we can do to try to get this function into a service that continues to provide the kinds of benefits we heard about and talked about and support, but doesn't cost us so much.
Right. No, I totally agree. 2021 was our first full year of running. So we didn't really know what to expect. And we rebranded. So that was a big part of our budget, was the rebranding process. 2022, we have already cut, I believe we've cut 3 drivers. We've cut about 96 hours off of our route. So we're not running the buses as long or as hard. We do have winter hours for the Walmart Bergen Park. We are diligently trying to find ways to keep this program running and making cuts and appealing to our citizens. So we're trying to find that happy balance. And I know the budget is large, but that, like I said, we've been working on that.
Yeah, thanks. I think one thing that might be helpful is to maybe even show 20 and 19 and then a pro forma for 23, and if you're even able to do a pro forma for 24, just to kind of get a better expectation about trends.
We don't know 21 or 20 or 20 or 19 because the SRC ran it. And they shut down. They're gone.
And I was having a conversation with Peter about that. So before the Prospector was created, there was no service between Idaho Springs and Georgetown, right? No regular service.
No.
Okay, so yeah, I got it.
They created that in 2016.
Okay. Looks like we're kind of a little bit over our time. George, Randy, do you have any other questions or comments?
No, just that I agree with I think what we have is growing pains. We have success. We're providing a great service that's been picked up. There's a cost that comes with it. And I think it's time to reflect and re-examine what we're doing. I am for subsidizing and maintaining public transit, but what we see happening right here is a pretty gross change. And I think both on the cost side and on the revenue side, looking at everything from the kinds of equipment to how we manage what we route, and then what our sources of revenues are is really important. We should be aggressive to try to get this, to make this sustainable enough that we can continue to provide it. It seems like its growth is a sign that it's working for its intended purpose.
Okay, anything from you, George?
Yeah, I mean, just thank you for bringing that back to, and I tried to express it and maybe didn't do a good enough job. But just that this is a service that's critical that we need to continue to provide, and there's a lot of good reasons to do so.
I really appreciate you guys taking the time to listen to us. It's kind of last minute. You know me, I'm always gonna stand up for this bus. I'm really proud of it. So
Yeah, and best of wishes to you. We really appreciate your contributions to the county. Recognize that you're one of the few county employees to win an award like you won, and best of luck to you and your going back to Michigan.
thank you. I really appreciate it.
Alrighty, so I think we're on to our next item. Consideration approval of the 5304 State of Colorado Subaward Agreement Grant Award for the Roundabout Transit Assessment. Beth.
Yep, so this is the grant that we were just talking about. It's a total project cost of $50,000. $10,000 is match from the county, $40,000 is from CDOT and the FTA. This is that third-party consultant that will come in and look at everything and show us how to save money and show us how to streamline and find more efficiencies for the service. We never pretended to be experts at transit, but we want to do a good job, and we want to make the community be able to rely and depend on this service. We think it's so important to connect people to healthcare, to their jobs, et cetera. So this grant is for that assessment, and I think this will provide a lot of the answers that you were looking for in your last session there.
Perfect. George, Randy?
Move we approve the 5304 Colorado Subaward Agreement.
Second.
We have a motion and a second. All in favor, say aye. Aye.
Aye.
Motion carries. Thank you. Looks like we have another one. Consideration approval of the 2022 5311 grant for Roundabout Transit. Beth.
Yes, so the 5311 grant we apply for every year. This is the only grant that offsets administrative and operating expenditures in the transit budget. So it will offset wages and salaries, wages and benefits and fuel, and the drivers, that is, by 50%. And then it offsets administrative staff like the transit supervisor and all office expenses, repair and maintenance and other expenditures by 80%. This is the only offset to operating expenses we have per year, and we apply diligently every year, right? It is a formula-based grant. We are kind of stuck at a reimbursement of $135,000 a year, and we are appealing right now to increase that formula amount given our ridership. So this is probably our biggest, most reliable offset of operating expenditures for the transit program.
Have we received any informal feedback from CDOT in terms of whether they're likely to be favorable towards our request?
Well, they've received all my letters, and I think they're maybe talking about it, but I don't have any confirmation yet.
Okay. George, Randy, any questions or comments?
No, I'm ready to recommend approval of the 2022-5311 grant for Roundabout Transit. That's my
Okay.
Second.
Ready? Okay. I'll take that as a motion and a second. So all in favor, say aye. Aye. Motion passes. Thank you, Beth, for your contributions. Looks like we have a brief break until 11. So we'll take a quick adjournment and then be back at 11.
Suzanne in the flesh.
Okay, can you hear us, George?
Yes,
Okay, good.
looking forward to joining you all in that room.
Yeah, for those of you watching, I think this is our pilot run for our new technology. Seems like things are working pretty well so far.
We're getting there.
And it's 11 o'clock, so we'll roll into the consideration approval of the 2022 Clear Creek County mitigation plan. Suzanne.
Hi, hopefully this will be quick, but I provided a summary of our hazard mitigation plan update and a proposed resolution that I'm hoping will be able to be signed. So what this is there is a requirement that if we want to submit for FEMA mitigation funding, that we have to have an approved hazard mitigation plan for natural hazards. So that's what this is. It's a 5-year update. That's what's required if we want to have a plan. So we were able to, thankfully, with $5,000 from the county, we were able to get FEMA matching funds to be able to hire a contractor to do this work, because a lot of the work is pretty technical, but yet the good news is that we have a approved hazard mitigation plan. By that, I mean the state has reviewed it for what's required and has approved it, and it has gone through the FEMA approval process, and it has been approved by FEMA pending BOCC approval. So we had a pretty robust public engagement process with this through surveys, through personal engagement, going and talking with people about what kind of hazards that might affect the county and their input as well. So this isn't only a government produced product. It really engages the community in their thoughts on hazards and how they may impact the community. And so again, our number one hazard is wildfire. And so what this plan does is it assesses each of those natural hazards, talks about what they are, avalanche, wildfire, flooding or high water events. And then it talks about kind of the likelihood of them happening here. And then if they did happen, depending on where they happened, what an impact possibly could be. And then the next part of this is the mitigation actions. The mitigation actions are potential mitigation projects that we could apply for funding through FEMA to address these long-term issues so that we can mitigate against potential impacts of natural hazards. And I found this presentation today interesting in light of the earlier discussions that you were having on climate resilience and things like that, because all of the natural hazards that will likely be affected by that. So that's where this plan is. It's a long plan, but it was in the sense of it has a lot of pages to it. But in my perspective, it's really well done. It's streamlined a bit from our last update, and it's very readable. The last one we had, one of our thoughts on that was that it was a bit dense. It might be good for a soil scientist or someone with very technical background, but this one, while it has the technical aspects to it, it's much more readable for folks that don't have that background like me. So it's easier to understand. And then those mitigation actions at the end they are potential projects. It doesn't mean we're going to do them. It doesn't commit us to those. It is simply, if we have it in the plan, then we can apply for FEMA funding. And as we know, FEMA funding, they can contribute depending on a certain percentage of the funding for a project. So that is where we are. So what I'm looking for today is hopefully approval of that plan by all of you and a signing of the resolution. It's called the County Hazard Mitigation Plan, but all of our municipalities and Clear Creek Fire Authority were involved in the entire process. They had letters of commitment to this process, and Within this plan, there are also mitigation actions for each of the municipalities that they came up with. So it's called the county plan, but it's also called multi-jurisdictional in the sense that it's county and our municipalities, with Clear Creek Fire Authority participating as well.
I have a question. So I understand we're talking about the plan right now, but I have a related question, which is, I want to say there's some evacuation exercises, and I don't know if it's a tabletop or if they're actually going to involve any field work, but that's something that always wonders me, right? A plan is a great starting point and you have to have a plan. But what about sort of more operational readiness in terms of what would it look like if we actually had a fire on Floyd Hill or St. Mary's or somewhere that has one way in and one way out?
Yeah, that's a good question, Sean. So what the hazard mitigation plan does is look at the mitigation aspects. How can we reduce impacts for a future natural hazard? The evacuation planning that you're talking about, I think that's very necessary, absolutely. We've talked about it in a number of recent meetings, the wildfire meeting that Clear Creek Fire Authority had recently. Evergreen is having one tomorrow. We're talking about those things and how to do those here. So I think the good news is that we're all on board with having them. How to do that is something that we're working on. I know that Assistant Chief Jones has a lot of ideas as far as how to do those. He's creating some evacuation maps for certain areas and doing some really great things for how to figure out that type of either seminar, workshop, exercise. And interestingly, I'm participating in an exercise for Douglas County in the fall, where they are doing a wildfire exercise where one of their neighborhood associations, or perhaps more than one, actually physically does a movement of people evacuating to test some of their plans. Larimer County has done that. So I think that's something that we want to look towards. And I know that, we're working directly with the fire authority to figure out how can we do that here and what's the best way to make that happen.
Okay, thanks. George, Randy?
I don't have any questions about this plan, and I'll be honest with you, I have not read all 280 pages of it. But I've skimmed through the tables and the summaries and have some observations. I do agree it's much more well organized in a way that's a lot more readable. The observations I want to make are mostly around the mitigation action summary.
Okay.
Noting that of the 54 actions that were identified in 2016 among the county and all the municipalities, 7 were completed. And just knowing that means that we've got to find a way to focus more and invest more. And I don't mean, Suzanne, you focus more. I mean, maybe you need some friends. Yeah. So just kind of want to, I guess I'm kind of speaking to the board here. We need to find a way to make some investments in executing these hazard mitigations. It's a scarier world in 2022 than it was in 2016, to say the least. We've had in 2020, the 3 largest wildfires in Colorado's history. And in 2021, the most damaging fire in Colorado's history. So that's, and I think there's cause for hope. I think that we've seen there's a bill running through the process right now that would match 50% of local investments in wildfire mitigation. I was part of a bill that passed that was run by Colorado Communities for Climate Action that put a small fee on homeowners insurance to create a pile of money that, or a pot of money, if you will, that local governments can go after to mitigate hazards. And so something I want to focus on more and something I hope we can all focus on more. And that's it.
Yeah, George, you bring up a good point. Just writing this plan is interesting, and it has a lot of great information, but like any plan, if it just sits there, doesn't provide as much value as if you're trying to do something with it. So while the majority of the hazard mitigation plan and hazard mitigation plans across the country kind of describe those natural hazards that affect your community, the mitigation actions, potential mitigation actions, is something that I want to that I have brought up to our multi-agency coordination group to talk about how can we have an ongoing discussion of these projects to see if there's something that we can implement. Now, of course, the projects have costs. So the costs associated with them are something that we all would have to discuss and commit to. But I want to have an ongoing group, whether it's our multi-agency coordination group, our MAC group, or it's a specific county hazard planning group like Jefferson County has and other counties have, excuse me, to have those kind of ongoing discussions with our hazard mitigation plan as a base, but looking at all the other pieces like our all the elements that the Fire Authority and Evergreen Fire Authority are doing as far as wildfire mitigation. There's lots of pieces to this. So I like your thought about how we can, not just have this plan and let it sit there, but continue to have discussions on this and do something with the plan.
Thank you. And to be fair, that was the same year that we found out we were losing. I don't know how much exactly precisely we lost 50% of our revenues from the mine so far, but we were losing all those revenues from the mine. So, just want to be fair to everybody involved.
Yeah, there are reasons that have driven the decisions of the past, that have been reactions to what's going on at the time that continue to go on. I think that there are, there are some pretty predictable changes in the future. And I know you hate to predict out too far, but you also need to anticipate. And it's reasonable to anticipate that well into the future, the wildfire and flood incidents, and then also beyond that, things that can create emergency declarations like lack of water. It's one thing to have water rights. It's another thing to actually physically have the water. And then it's another thing when the water runs off at a different rate because of wildfire. And we've been pretty lucky. We've dodged the bullet on wildfire. Our risk here is as great as it's been in that 30% of the ARNF that got lost in 1 year, or not lost, but was burned over. Some of those were healthy fires and some were not. So it's certainly on our radar that the flood, wildfire, and water, and then I would add to that water, the ability to have water, literally potable water, and water that we can use for either growth or even to sustain ourselves, is going to be an increasingly large problem on the incident side.
Anything else, Suzanne?
No, thank you.
Okay, then I think Randy and George, if you don't have anything else or any other staff, probably ready for a motion.
I guess I'll make one more comment, which is to point back to just some initial work that's been done on an assessment that would help us understand the impacts to our budget of climate change. And Sean, the short version is that had a meeting with the consultant that did that in 2018 for Boulder County, and they can use pretty precise modeling down to the 3 square mile grid to help us kind of understand climate effects across different scenarios locally and what that might do and to our road and bridge costs and to our hazard risks and all of that. And I think that this is another good reason for us to need to focus on that.
Okay.
So I would make a motion to approve the 2022 Clear Creek County Hazard Mitigation Plan.
Second.
We have a motion and a second. All in favor, say aye. Aye.
Aye.
Same sign, motion carries. Thanks so much, Suzanne.
Thank you.
Right. Looking at the agenda. It looks like we have 15 minutes until the approval of the contract for the pavement striping. Stoy. Is Stoy available? If so, maybe we could march through this and have an early lunch.
As a suggestion, I think there were some things that we put off to the afternoon that maybe we could jump into now.
Okay.
Oh, yeah, it was the county manager update.
Sounds good. Are you available or up for that, Brian?
Yeah, sure. I only had one item, but it was following up on the retreat, the 2 days of retreats days that we did. I think probably a day and a half total of 2 days of work, and we still didn't get through our agenda, which to me just points to the need for that kind of discussion. I thought we had some quality discussion. I think the board had some quality discussion amongst yourselves. We still have yet to have the expectations conversation that you have for me as your county manager, that you have for Peter as your county attorney. So I just wanted to figure out how we want to proceed with those conversations, with that discussion. Do we want to schedule another morning or another afternoon? Do we want to do it in an exec session? Might it be in a special exec session if that's the case? I mean, I'm just wondering if after a 3, 4, or 5 hour board meeting, do you want to sit down in exec session and set out expectations for myself and Peter? So that's my main question to the three of you, is how best to move forward with that discussion.
So my personal thoughts are, I think it was very valuable, and I think I'm open to, or actually would be excited about, having a quarterly meeting that is dedicated purely to strategy and or longer term focus such as this. And I think we should just put it on the calendar. And I think it would be better to do it not in tandem with another meeting, because we're all humans and we only have so much energy and focus. And I think we wouldn't be able to give it its proper treatment if we end up doing it at the end of a long day. But that's just my thought.
So you're suggesting maybe at about a quarter out, or another 2 months from now, or something like that? We've just gone through it.
I would rather do it this month, just because I think we had hoped to get it done last month, and then that's April is the first month of the second quarter, and then maybe if we could evaluate doing it in July if we have some interesting topics to talk about, which I'm pretty confident we will.
Well, remember that for April, I'm gone from tomorrow morning, and will not be at the meeting on the 19th. And so it would be at the special meeting on the 26th that I think we were talking about foregoing most of the agenda from the 19th to the 26th, and then adding a couple of items to it. So I'm not sure if there'd be time in April to get it done, unless we were to pick another day besides a Tuesday at the end of the month.
And the 26th is the day of my knee replacement.
Oh.
Well, we're not meeting
available that day. Are you saying that you're wimping out on us? Is that what you're saying?
Yeah, I don't know. I've never really tested my ability to think clearly on heavy narcotics, but there's always.
You will not be lucid, I can guarantee from experience, after a knee replacement.
So we'll just keep the regular meeting on the 19th then.
Yeah, and George, I know you asked about that yesterday, and I just looked. But my calendar's pretty light, or flexible, I would say, for the rest of the month up until the 26th, and then probably not going to be too available for a few days after that.
Okay, so on the retreat, I think it was the conversation about board dynamics and updating that board agreement, and it was the conversation about expectations of our direct reports that are kind of the next to-dos. I also welcome, just more explicit focus on strategy in whatever setting. Given that you have your surgery on the 26th and Randy gets back on the 22nd, we could look at Monday, the 25th, possibly for that retreat date. Or we could go for, I don't know what kind of time it would take you to be meeting ready again after your knee replacement. I wouldn't expect that would be quick.
Yeah.
I would recommend, this is just speaking from experience, so it's not a HIPAA thing because I'm talking about myself. I can do that. I would recommend that there's probably a 2 to 3 day period of not a lot of lucidity and possibly up to 5 or 6. A week's a pretty good timeline to leave before you have a really heavy duty meeting after a knee replacement, at least.
Yeah, I know we have one on the calendar for the following Tuesday, which I feel pretty good about. But then to your question, George, the 25th is fine for me. And so is the 22nd.
25th and 22nd work for me. 22nd is Friday, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, I think I got to just say those are available to whatever you need.
So we're talking one of those 2 days for the special meeting to set the expectations, continue the board dynamics discussion. Is that correct? One of those.
And also a couple items that I think I can't be there for on the 19th that were brought up as reasons for a special meeting on the 26th before that as well.
Right, but we can't do the meeting on the 26th. So I'm hearing we're gonna have to keep the meeting on the 19th.
Or we could move it to the 22nd. I mean, from my perspective.
My point is that there are some issues for which you would like to have 3 commissioners in the room. I will not be there on the 19th. So, and Sean won't be there on the 26th. So neither one of those days is going to function for a 3 commissioner meeting.
But Friday or Monday could.
Right, exactly. And I agree with you on that. That's right. So maybe we want to schedule a meeting for like a full board meeting for one of those 2 days, Friday or
I think that Brian's instincts are not instincts, they're trained expertise. Suggestions that you separate retreat topics from sort of day-to-day work topics is
Correct. Correct.
And I'm looking at April 29th. April 29th is not a good day for
it's Sean's day 4 of his knee replacement.
Oh, sorry, we were talking about April 22nd.
There's nothing.
The 22nd or the 25th, or even, when do you get back, Randy?
22nd and 25th, Friday and Monday, are the 2 days between my getting back and your knee replacement that we have available to us.
And I mean, the 21st also all morning long is available, or most of the day is available for me too, if we're talking about carving off a few hours for a strategy meeting.
My plane lands around 8:30 to 8:45 that morning.
Okay, never mind.
So then I'm going to make a suggestion. Can we do Friday the 22nd for the replacement board meeting from the 19th? And can we do Monday the 25th for the retreat?
Yes.
Yeah.
Okay. And I don't know that we'll find that the Tourism Bureau is available on the 22nd. That's one of the things we were trying to find space for. And if they're not, we'll just have to, do it on the 10th or.
Remember, the Tourism Bureau already rescheduled for May.
Oh, right. For May 3rd.
Right.
Okay. Never mind. So yeah. Okay.
So the retreat day is the 25th. The only wild card is Peter's availability. And I'll find that out.
And the 22nd is the replacement board meeting, is that right?
Yeah, April 22nd, replacement board meeting. Okay.
And then maybe we just, in terms of designating specific times, we wait for Peter.
On the 25th, yeah.
And Randy, since you'll be out of town, maybe you can get just forward Ryan your availability.
Well, on the 22nd and 25th, if that's what you're talking about, I'm clearing the boards for those 2 days for us.
Okay.
I have one other meeting on one of those days, but it's not important for this.
I better do the same thing.
time start and everything.
Yeah, 8:30 start on the 22nd. We'll figure out the 25th.
Oh, and do we want to ask Sean about the NACO conference?
NACO conference.
It's in Adams County this year. What are the dates?
July 21st to the 24th?
Yes.
So that's their national conference here locally.
Yeah, I would love to go. I know that there's a beach week in there somewhere in July, so let me find out when that is.
My answer is yes. The question is, do we need, if we're asking them to also to set up lodging or anything, which personally I don't need lodging and I don't need to spend the tax dollars on lodging in Adams County.
I think I'll probably go ahead and take the lodging. I know that we have big budget savings from not driving all over the place anymore. And happy to use them to be able to meet people in the evening and not have that, 2 hours of driving every day.
So Randy, do you want to stay down there now too? And I just book both of y'all down there?
Not if George is there.
What are the dates again, Beth? I'm sorry.
July 21st through the 24th.
Oh, okay. I'm just,
I think I can do without the hotel room still.
Okay.
I'll just leave a little earlier and.
All right, that was it for my update.
okay. Yeah, and I will find out. I would like to go for sure if I'm going to be here in Colorado.
Okay.
Great.
And thanks for the heads up on that, George. It was taking place, that heads up. So.
I know we always say no because it's not like we're going to fly around the country, but it's kind of nice right here in Adams County.
Yeah, you can't pass it up.
And look at that, it's almost 11:30. And there's Stoy. Stoy, if you're ready, we can get going maybe a little bit early on the pavement marking. Everyone in my part of the world is going to be so excited to see the Greystone and Stagecoach painted again.
Great, glad to hear it. Yeah, those along with a lot of the other paved roads around the county have taken a beating here the past couple of years with some plowing and general wear and tear. So we're excited to get out there too. As you can see, we don't always bring these contracts in front of the board just because in the past they haven't always crossed the threshold that requires board approval to award the project and execute the contract. This year, in part because we didn't do striping last year, we were a little bit late getting the request for bids out for our striping work last year. And when we got them out in the fall, the contractor that has done most of the striping work for Clear Creek County in recent years just couldn't fit it into his schedule. He had some supply issues and was delayed on some other projects he committed to, so was unable to give us a bid at that time. We did receive another bid from a different company that we felt was just a little too high of a cost for us to recommend approval of, and didn't think we were really going to be able to get as much pavement striping done, paying the prices that were bid at that time. Unfortunately, we deferred the work that we're going to do in 2021. As you can see, a lot of the roads have seen some wear and tear and certainly need to be refreshed. But by deferring that, we were able to get those included in the project this year and at a much lower price than was bid on last year. So happy about that. And that's kind of one of the primary reasons we're bringing this in front of the board today. And we are, just for the benefit of everyone, are presenting to you today just the annual pavement marking project award for the Clear Creek County maintained paved roads. And we striped the majority of the paved roads across the county. Most all of them have a center yellow line stripe, and majority of them have edge lines, the white edge lines on them as well. And we've got some stop bars at a lot of the stop controlled intersections, and some limited symbols such as some bike symbols and things of that nature, but not a whole lot of that on the county maintained roads. Wanted to take the opportunity now, it's myself, I'm Stoy Streepy, the county engineer. Of course, you all know our Public Works Director, Carl Schell, and wanted to take the opportunity to introduce our Public Works Engineering Technician, Darren Bashaw. He's come up through the ranks, operations in the Clear Creek County Road and Bridge Department with a little bit of a detour, but came back with us a couple years ago on the admin side, and has been critical in assisting Carl and I kind of managing some of the projects and doing some of the administration stuff for Road and Bridge. Especially when it's our kind of 3 typical annual contracts, the crack sealing, pavement markings, and guardrail contracts that we usually do some work on every year. Darren's assisted quite a bit in getting all of that stuff prepared, along with his many other duties, which include, he's our primary construction manager, our Road and Bridge asset manager, and he administers all the right-of-way permits for the Road and Bridge Department. So as with a lot of us, he's got many duties, and it's diversified, but it's been critical in a lot of those functions, along with these annual contracts. And so I just wanted to take the opportunity to introduce him, and you'll likely be seeing more of him in the future as he becomes more and more embedded in some of these contracts and things of that nature.
Thank you, so I appreciate that.
Awesome. Welcome.
Thank you.
And then I guess, Beth did give us a half hour. I don't know that we'll really need 30 minutes to present this information to you. Are there any questions you want to start off with, or would you like me to go ahead and just jump in and give you some background and what we're presenting to you today?
I think we're probably just ready to hear it.
Right, great. Well, like I said, it's pretty straightforward. We typically, have a pavement marking project every year through the Road and Bridge Department. In the past, we've done just on an as-needed basis, and in recent years, we've tried a few different things as far as just doing, half of the county roads based geographically 1 year, and then alternating back and forth through the years, and doing that way. Whatever way we've kind of tried to address it. It's there's been some roads that just get missed out on, and it's been tough to manage, kind of jumping back and forth across the county and try to organize it that way. So for this year, we've just really looked at it on an as-needed basis, which again, it's been close to 2 years for most of our roads to receive pavement markings. So the vast majority of them are getting refreshed through this annual program. And again, it's a majority of long line striping, the yellow center lines to the double yellow center lines that you see around the white edge fog lines. We do have some stop bars included in this project where we'll go through. You'll see in the documentation from our request for bids that we requested 2 alternatives for stop bars specifically. Traditional the alternative one was just traditional markings, and that's just painted on with the same waterborne acrylic paint that's used for the long lines. The alternative 2 was where they actually grind out a minimal distance, an 1/8 to a 1/4 inch below the asphalt surface, and then actually lay a thermoplastic painted fabric in there, and it adheres to that. It's they will typically hold up longer, but we're unable to really maintain them through the Road and Bridge Department, whereas we do can make a pretty easy rectangular template and go out and refresh the acrylic stop bars. There was, between the 2 alternatives, the alternative 1, the traditional method, and alternative 2, which was the thermoplastic, there was a cost savings of approximately $10,000 for just the traditional method. So just based on the cost savings and our ability to kind of maintain those in-house, we'd like to move forward with alternative 1 and realize those cost savings included in that. Beyond that, we've I've got, again, a lot of roads here that we've got listed out. Can certainly go through them, but I don't think there's real benefit on there unless there's roads of particular concern. We do have Stagecoach and Greystone roads on here. So both of those will get refreshed. And I think, that's all really the background and information I wanted to make sure we got out there in front of you. I'd like to give you the opportunity to ask any questions, and we're happy to elaborate on any of that.
Yeah, the only reason I mentioned Stagecoach is you probably remember Jeffco repaved it and resurfaced it, and it looked like totally awesome and buffed out. And then it kind of like crossed the county line, and it looked a lot different. I think the painting's going to kind of tidy that up. And I think we had at least a citizen or two who were anxiously awaiting that.
Yeah, thanks for that, bringing that to our attention for Stagecoach specifically. And we've had, at least one resident there, and I'm sure there's others with concerns in that immediate area surrounding the portion of Stagecoach Boulevard between the county line and Greystone, and then the intersection with Greystone. It's a pretty narrow section of road. It gets, very windy after that point, but even before Greystone there, it's pretty narrow and challenging road section to drive. We've got a couple of hidden public roads and some hidden driveways along through that stretch. So we've got some concerns with people pulling out onto the road and just some of the speeds that we see along Stagecoach. So we are trying to address those separately from this, but we've evaluated the sign plans on that and also the striping that's been done on Stagecoach itself to see if there's room for some traffic calming measures to be implemented there. You probably noticed when Jefferson County redid their portion of Stagecoach Boulevard, they prior to their resurfacing last year, they had the same approximate lane width as we have in Clear Creek County, those 11-foot wide lanes that we see on most of our roads where we're striped there. And as part of that, I didn't communicate directly with Jefferson County, but just observing the project as it went along there. As they resurface the road, it's a prime opportunity to implement a new striping plan. If you want to make some changes or something, you're already covering that up. And so they took that opportunity, and it looks like they reduced the lane widths on their portion of Stagecoach Boulevard. It looks like when they preliminary marked it out, they had them close to 10 feet wide. When the striper actually came through, it kind of varies between 10 foot and 10 and a half feet wide drive lanes through that section. My assumption is that they were doing that to help reduce speeds along that. It's a pretty typical traffic calming measure, is to reduce the lane width, kind of slow the vehicles down, provide a little more buffer area on the shoulders to allow for pedestrians and bikers and things of that nature. So it's something we want to consider with Stagecoach. We're not planning to implement any changes to the striping on Stagecoach this year, just because without resurfacing it, we'd have to go through and remove the old pavement markings, and that's a pretty expensive process. So we would like to go through in the future and take a look at that when we do have a resurfacing project on the road there.
Yeah, I know the bicycling community like the new, because it slows the traffic down, as you mentioned, and also at least gives the appearance of somewhat of a safe area for bicycles mostly. And there are some pedestrians that brave Stagecoach too.
That's kind of a segue into a question I had on my mind. Are we, in any of these restriping projects, are we changing the layout? And if so, what's been our public engagement to date, or what's our planned public engagement?
Yeah, thank you, George. We're not planning to make any significant changes to any of the roads as we're talking about. It does require, unless we're resurfacing a road, we have to go in and remove those old pavement markings. So no significant changes beyond what we're doing on Highway 103. I would imagine all of you remember our last striping project was 2 years ago. And we did get some feedback from the community on Highway 103 when we restriped that portion. We did shift that a little bit at that time. And the main concern that came up after that was surrounding a few of the tighter curves along Highway 103 there, where we kind of maintain that 11-foot wide lane width through the curves, where we've got an expanded pavement section and a tight curve through those areas. Got some feedback on that we can maybe do a little better striping those curves. We did shift the alignment of the road somewhat. It was striped at that 11-foot width before, and we kind of just moved that out to the outer radius of those curves. But certainly, significant change when you're driving the road every day and you see something like that. It did change how the road drives and how that looks. And for that portion, we do plan to go in and make some small changes. The curves are so tight. They're signed as low as 15 miles per hour. We did some quick checks on the advisory speeds on some of those curves, and on the tighter ones there. The standards do recommend that those be signed at 15 miles per hour. So those really tight curves, and don't really show up because they have such a small radius. They don't really show up in the design charts for curve widening through the typical design manuals. But that being said, there is some expanded pavement there. And so in those particular areas, we do plan to go in and widen those. And what that'll really look like, there's no cost associated with that in this project. And we did actually reach out to several companies to get some quotes to remove some of the existing striping there on 103. But did not get any responses. I think it was a small enough area that maybe some of the bigger companies just didn't find it interesting, and didn't get any others that were really interested in going up and removing the striping. We went out recently, Darren and myself went out and have looked at the road. I know Carl's been through there as well. When we looked at it, in these particular curves that we're looking at, as was happened before, just due to the normal wear and tear and the friction from the tires and the wearing surface on the road there, most of the existing pavement markings have been worn off around those curves, which makes it a little bit easier for us. When we look at that, we can kind of tell what the traffic patterns look like just by looking at the wear marks. And so where the more extensive wearing starts to happen as people enter those curves, we'll start at those points and kind of just widen the drive lanes through the curve and provide a little more width in the curves themselves, while maintaining as much as possible that 4-foot bike lane or expanded shoulder on the uphill lane there. We'd like to maintain that as much as possible, but we'll widen the curves as much as the pavement allows for outside of that. And I think that'll make it a little more comfortable to drive, and also allow for the larger vehicles such as trailered vehicles and things of that nature to be able to stay in the drive lanes without having to veer off across the yellow line or anything. So beyond that, that's the only real change that we're looking at. As I said, we didn't get any bids or quotes for people to remove the existing striping. Most of that is worn off. Darren's gone through and found a machine, a grinder, a pavement grinder that's designed to remove these markings. We can go down there and rent that ourselves. We've got the equipment to go down and pick it up. We'll get that ourselves and handle that in-house. Should be pretty minimal, half a day or something, that will take this small asphalt grinder up there, grind off any of the remaining pavement markings through the curves there, and then we'll lay that out and refresh the marks for the widened curves there for our contractor to come through when he stripes and stripe it with the new widened curves.
So I think that my recollection of that on 103 previously was that it wasn't that the new striping was, and the new configuration was really all that bad, considering what you were trying to accomplish in terms of safety and controlling speeds. But it was that the old striping caused a lot of people, well, three things. People were used to doing what they had been doing, which was driving faster in a straighter line. And then secondly, the old striping was confusing people that was still out there that you could see, even though it was faint. And then the third part was, in a few places there is an excess of pavement, which creates the perception that you have no idea why it's not cutting the corner so much tighter where that excess pavement was. So that's pretty hard to overcome that. But so within this new contract, or within this new work, and I wasn't sure, it wasn't clear to me, any old striping will become obliterated, and the new path and the new striping, however you widen it, and while still allowing for the safety of 4 feet, it'll all be pretty clear when we're done and pretty clean. Is that correct?
That is correct. Like I said, we weren't able, through this particular contractor, they weren't interested in it. We did request quotes from them as well as several others to get somebody to come up there and actually grind that off for us. Didn't get any interest in that, but we do have the ability to go and rent that machine, which we plan to do. You'll see in this contract, we've got it specified in part to allow us to do that, as well as to allow us to go out and do crack sealing throughout a lot of these same roads that we do every year as well. So we'll go out and do the crack sealing, the pavement removal with the rental machine, or the pavement marking removal with the rental machine there to remove those old marks. And then we plan to issue the notice to proceed for the pavement marking contract on, I think it's around July 15th or midsummer there, to allow us to do this crack sealing work and pavement marking removal before they get in there.
So then to the second part of the, and Randy, thank you for helping remember the details. The second part of that is, what are we planning to do to let the community know in advance of these changes?
Yeah, thanks for that reminder, George. We at Road and Bridge have not always done the best communicating some of those plans as was displayed through that project. Maybe I could have, avoided some of the feedback that we got there if we'd been able to properly notify and engage the community then. We are very excited for the announcement of the new PIO that the county is hiring, and for them to come on board and assist us with some of that. So I know Carl's got some plans, and we certainly at Road and Bridge plan to utilize the PIO as much as possible for all of our road and bridge projects, these type of projects included. To help us, give us some guidance, on how we can get that information out to the public. And then if we have, any thing like this that would be any kind of significant change or something that we feel like the public would like to be engaged on, then working with that PIO to be able to get that information out to the public and come up with a method of getting feedback from them before we actually go and implement the work.
Awesome. Thank you. And that I have a lot of optimism for the PIO's ability to provide support across the county.
And we do, we are trying our best. We are managing one of the web pages on the Road and Bridge website that does have our upcoming projects and some details about that. We have not kept it up to date as much as we should, especially with these annual projects. But that is a resource that we have that we are utilizing in some way and just need to improve on a little bit, so that we can direct the public to that page and then get some better information about what we're doing in any given year and some of the things we've done in the past and have coming up in the future.
One other thing, talking about outreach, I think the very first in-person emerge meeting in my neck of the woods is going to happen fairly soon. And I don't know, Darren, if you want to pay our neck of the woods a visit. I know that the community would love to hear from you guys too, and maybe you could mention the striping then as well.
Sure thing. Yeah, I'll do that. I actually used to work over on that side under the supervisor.
Oh, nice.
So yeah, I know a few people, but yeah, certainly do that.
Yeah, and Carl forwarded us the information on the emerge meeting. I know that they were looking for some updates there from the Road and Bridge Department. So yeah, all three of us, I think, are happy to be involved with that. And yeah, it's I think this is the first time in a couple of years that they've actually met in person. So looking forward to kind of getting in front of them and answering it. I know they gave us some at least one preliminary specific question for Road and Bridge there, and then like to make ourselves available if any other questions come up as well during that emerge meeting this year.
Yeah, perfect. Anything else, Stoy or Darren or Carl?
I don't think so. We're just working through our process. Brian has been very helpful in guiding us through kind of, the new agenda process and submittals to the Board of County Commissioners. Thank you, Brian, for all of your assistance in that. For these types of contracts, rather than try to present them to the board, we're really asking the Board of County Commissioners to consider the award of the project. And in this particular case, asking you to grant, if you so choose to approve the project and the award for that, we would like you to be able to authorize Brian as our county manager to execute the contract, so we don't need to come back and take up more of your time during the board meeting here. And then also I did want to note beyond that it's worth noting that we did go through the typical request for bid process for this project. We've gotten typically one or two bids in past years. This year we received only the one bid on this, and so we did just get the one bid, and it is much cheaper than the pricing that we received last year. And so we're happy with the bid that we did receive. This is the same contractor that's performed all of this major striping work in Clear Creek County for at least the past 6 or 7 years, and I didn't really start to go beyond that. And they're really set up for these rural communities and doing the striping these, whereas some of the other companies are more geared towards the state highways and some bigger projects. So he's been a good fit for us. This company has been a great fit for us. AFD Pavement Marking Services. We've utilized them a lot in the past, and they were the only bid we received this year.
Okay. Anything else, George, from you, Randy, or from staff?
I did review the numbers. I'm prepared to make a motion unless George has something else to ask or say. And I concurred with what Stoy said. I saw the prices were up to 22 cents and now we're back down to 17, and that's that 32% increase over the 12.9 cents that you paid before per foot. So anyway, considering that, I move that we approve to award the contract to AFD Pavement Marking LLC for the 2022 County Pavement Marking Services Project, and to authorize the county manager to execute the contracts once approved, I would say, by both himself and our and Stoy, looking at making sure the scope's correct, and our county attorney, Peter Lichtman.
Second, okay. We have a motion second. All in favor, say aye. Aye.
Aye.
Aye.
Motion passes. Thanks so much, Public Works crew. One other thing that kind of comes to mind for me is now that we're in the new program of the 1% sales tax, of which we get to keep 75 cents, 75%. I think I would be interested in hearing a little bit of an update in terms of kind of how the revenues are coming in and how it's how your plans are unfolding with the new prices in terms of keeping our infrastructure up to snuff over the next few years and beyond.
Yeah, and Carl, certainly welcome you to elaborate on any of that, but really we're still evaluating some of the revenues that are generated to that new sales tax and the projects that we're going to be doing. We are, as well as our PIO, very excited about our new finance director coming on, and we really for our Public Works and Road and Bridge Department, we've scheduled with the new finance director, I think in the next week or two, to actually go through the closing out last year, and then the first part of this year, and what our budget next year is going to be looking like. And so unfortunately, Sean, we don't have a whole lot of information to give you. We're still trying to answer some of those questions ourselves. It has we have realized the benefit of that already, and in some of our planning. Namely with County Road 170, just with the understanding that we'll be able to properly fund that project. We're able to move forward with that this year. And so that's, again, County Road 170, which is accessed off of Highway 103 there. And it's approximately 2.7 miles of paved road. It's a pretty heavily traveled road relative to other Clear Creek County roads. And so we are moving forward with the design currently on that project, and plan to bring the construction contract to have that resurfaced in front of the Board of County Commissioners here in a few months once we get that put together. So we are able to move forward with that project and several other projects for Road and Bridge. But as far as the specific amounts and how we're going to be able to best utilize all the new revenue coming in, we're still doing some analysis on that, and hopefully next time we speak with you, we'll have some better information to give you.
Yeah, and honestly, I was thinking more about the public than I was about myself or this board. I was thinking about the availability of a new PIO, and people overwhelmingly supported this back in November, and I'm sure people are probably kind of wondering what's actually happening now or what's going to happen. So yeah, I don't think there's a lot of urgency around that, but when the time is right, I think that would be a good use of our PIO to kind of follow up on what happened after the election, or what is happening, what's going to happen.
Yeah, I agree with you on that. And we look forward to understanding that a little better ourselves and presenting that to you and the public for all that information. But I will say, we very much appreciate the residents of Clear Creek County allowing this additional revenue for the Road and Bridge Department. And even so far, we haven't really spent realized any of the expenses associated with that new revenue, but just for projects such as this, in past years, we would be very hesitant to go through and stripe all these roads because that would have been taking away from a capital improvement project to really maintain some of the pavement surfaces there, and really has alleviated some of those concerns. So we're able to actually properly stripe and crack seal all of the roads without a huge concern that we're not going to be able to implement a paving project in any given year.
Awesome. George, do you have any closing comments? I notice you're unmuted.
Oh, that's just as an accident. Maybe I'm getting a little bit fuzzy towards lunch here. Did we hold a vote on that motion? Okay.
Oh man,
Yes,
yeah.
and thank you.
Blood sugar emergency. You gotta shut this down.
Well, we very, very much appreciate all of your time today, and it's nice to see you all again. We're excited about the hybrid model that's getting set up there, and hopefully see everyone face to face and soon.
Yeah, I agree.
All right, and thank you, Stoic. Well done. Thank you, commissioners. Nice to meet you.
Yeah, you too. Welcome, like I said. So with that, we're adjourned for lunch, and we'll be back at 1 o'clock for the CDOT quarterly update. See you then.
so they know. I'm gonna go shut this door. Pulled out my turntable last weekend.
Did you just freestyle them?
We can hear you guys.
Yay!
We can hear you too.
So I have a question before we get started. Why is there two essentially duplicate looking cameras, of camera views of the three of you?
Remember, this is a test day.
Okay. Is that the answer?
We have two cameras here in the room, and earlier we had them set on motion sensing to really zoom in on the speaker, but now it seems to have gone away. So we have not mounted the cameras on the walls yet. We want to do that. And just make sure we can capture all aspects of the room, whether a speaker is in the audience or up at the table with y'all. So.
Still getting the kinks out.
Yeah.
Okay.
Okay, let me cross
Well, it is 1 o'clock and I do see a few people with the letter CDOT after their names in the attendee list.
Yep. We're crossing them over. Let's see. See how fast they come over. Okay, let me go back. I don't see Ben. See. Oh, there he is.
While we're getting the meeting room set up like we need to, just wanted to mention we are doing some technology I don't want to say experiments, trials today to ready ourselves for hybrid meetings where you can choose to attend in person or via Zoom. And we are also making, over time, we're going to be making a few modifications or improvements to our agenda process. And one of the things we talked about is maybe stating at the beginning of the meeting whether your team, the CDOT team, has any specific feedback that you want from us or any actions that you want from us, just so that we'll have that in the back of our minds during the course of the meeting. And that's not to say that you should or need to. It's perfectly fine that this would also be just a purely informational session as well.
And then before we get started, I had signed up to testify for House Bill 1281, which would give some money to local governments interested in doing behavioral health work. They readjusted the committee schedule and it's the first on the docket at 1:30. So I may have to drop off a little early.
Okay.
If I do, I'll do so silently and with a wave.
Okay.
We promise to hold it against you. Only kidding.
Okay, so yeah, maybe we could just start with a very quick round of introductions from the CDOT team, and then you guys will have the agenda.
I can start. So Mike Kellerman, I'm in the West program and I am the West program engineer. So our area is Jefferson, Clear Creek, and Gilpin counties.
This is Mike Williard, Maintenance Superintendent, Region 1, Section 9.
This is Paul Fox, Deputy Superintendent for Section 9 and the Eisenhower Tunnel.
I'm Ben Davis. I'm a resident engineer for projects mostly in Clear Creek County. I work for Mike.
I'm Kurt Kiyaka, Floyd Hill Project Director.
Jeff Hampton, Floyd Hill Construction Manager. I work for Kurt.
Hi, Vanessa Halliday, CDOT's Regional Environmental Manager.
Hi, good afternoon. I'm Andy Stratton. I'm the new Region 1 Deputy Director of Program Delivery. So just wanted to introduce myself and attend the meeting here and say we got great staff, Mike, Kurt, Jeff, Ben, Vanessa, all here to help support you guys with any projects that we got going on. So just wanted to say hi and was going to listen in to get to know what's going on in Clear Creek County.
Perfect. Yeah, welcome. And then staff related to transportation, would you mind doing a quick introduction as well?
That would be me. Yes, Amy Saxton. Oh, let me just mute myself. Oh,
Yeah, mute, yeah.
there we go. Amy Saxton, I am the Director of the Strategic and Community Planning Division, and that includes transportation advocacy and working with all you fine folks at CDOT. Thanks for being here. And let us know if there's anybody else that you're expecting that might be in the waiting room, and we'll be sure to let Beth know so she can cross them over. Thanks.
Hi, I'm Brian, the county manager.
And I'm Cindy Neely, and I've worked on Clear Creek's transportation team as a consultant for a number of years.
Perfect. Thanks for that. So then, yeah, I'll turn the agenda over to CDOT, and I don't know if you want to screen share or if Beth's going to take care of that, but off we go.
Yeah, I guess Beth, how do you want to run this? Do you want me to run my screen share? I think that's what we did last time. But...
Yes, please. I'm trying to do the notes, so
Okay.
I would be a horrible screen sharer.
I'm working on it. So are you all seeing the full presentation?
Yes.
Yes.
Yep.
Wonderful. All right. So yeah, welcome to CDOT's update to Clear Creek County commissioners and staff, April 5th, 2022. Our agenda for today includes some introductions, which we've already done, some people in new roles, which I'll make sure to highlight, our projects, a review of our projects in construction, our projects in pre-construction, some maintenance updates, and also cover any questions and discussion that we would like to have. So just briefly, introductions, or make sure I cover people in new roles since the last time we've talked. Maintenance Section 9 Superintendent Mike Williard, who you met during the introductions. Also, Region 1 RTD is now been identified as Jessica Mickelbust, and Region 1 Deputy Director of Program Delivery, Andy Stratton, who you just met. So those are officially people in new roles that are interacting with Clear Creek County. Also wanted to throw a thank you out to Beth. We've done a number of updates to make sure that the attendee list gets updated and is up to speed on your end. So we'll do a review of some of our projects in construction. US 6 resurfacing project is still about 20% complete, scheduled completion by September of 2022. I've been driving up through there. There was also one of the projects that was identified during the meeting with the rafting communities as far as potential impacts there to coordinate with. US 6 tunnel lighting resurfacing project is just about complete. The lights will be on mid-April, if not sooner. Actually, I was just driving up through there and kind of looking at some of the work that was completed there. Clear Creek Greenway project, head bridge to be set in April, May. This is one of the other projects that I think was kind of highlighted in the coordination meeting with the rafting businesses. So I think depending on the arrival of those bridges and the setting of those bridges, as well as the spring runoff, we may need some additional coordination that we'll conduct there. I did want to throw a shout out to Amy Saxton and the coordination of that meeting, as well as the other, I don't remember the names of the other Clear Creek County staff there, but that seemed like a pretty great effort to me. County Road 314 project is about 20% complete. Lancaster Bridge has been sort of removed, set to the side. Automated traffic signal is going to allow traffic through the project. Project estimated to be complete August of 2023. So still a ways to go on that project. Coming up in another about month and a half, that's when they're going to start doing a full closure on the Horseshoe Bend. Mike Doyle specifically will be doing some coordination with folks at the tunnel, as well as some of the emergency folks for emergency vehicle traffic. I-70 westbound PPSL partial acceptance was issued a while ago before our last meeting. ITS tolling testing ongoing, expected May 2022 for tolling to go live. Anything else to add there, Jeff?
Just some small things going on in the background, landscaping, finishing some things up there. Hopefully going to have this thing resolved and done summer this year and be out of everybody's hair.
Wonderful. I-70 Floyd Hill, the Chief Host of resurfacing, not quite within the county, but just east of us is work starting April 4th and is going to be going hot and heavy this summer as night work. There's also the geohazard mitigation at 243. Actually, Jeff, do you know more about that one? I know I was just talking to Owen about that this morning.
Yeah, they actually had some equipment issues. So things are going to take about another week is what I was hearing. I guess they had a drill go down. It was either last night or the night before last. But they're expecting just another week. If they can get up and running again this week, they'll see what the weather does tonight and go from there. But things are progressing. They've got a lot of the anchors in place and they've got things pretty safe. They just want to finish it off and get the netting in.
Okay. And then our traffic unit also has the variable speed limit sign project going on with anticipated end of construction by the end of June of this year, of this summer. So that project's moving right along. We actually got some compliments from another CDOT region on, utilization of the, I don't know if you all have noticed it, but the sort of, I call them the runway lights on top of our taper cones or taper devices to get traffic to shift over. They sort of sync together and link together when those lights on top of the traffic control devices are syncing up together. Almost looks like an airport runway.
Nice.
I guess Cindy, I see your hand up.
Yeah, Ben, on CR 314, I mean, I know that Amy's working on the particular gentleman that lives on part of it. How does the public know whether it's open or not open, or how does the public in general know what's happening around that curve?
I
mean, in addition to the signage, I forget who the contractor actually has on board for their PI component, but they're going to use their PI team to communicate out the status of the project and the status of the roadway closure.
Okay, because right now you're saying you could drive through it. It's on an automatic traffic signal, right?
Correct.
Okay, but it will not be that way when you come to working on the Horseshoe Bend.
Correct, and that'll be about another month and a half.
So Ben, just a quick question. I imagine we have those message boards is what you're talking about. Will we put those up and say, hey, starting June 1st, this will be closed, or was that what you were getting at as far as messaging?
I was talking about just the overall, any sort of stakeholder list or email list and communication list that the project has, as it's a major traffic shift or a major traffic, change, that'll be communicated out by the project.
Okay.
You can add me to that list.
Thank you.
So I can send it out.
Any other questions on the construction projects? At least the ones listed here. All right. Project updates, Floyd Hill. I'll hand that off to Jeff and Kurt.
Yeah, Jeff, I can start and talk about the grant a little bit, and then I'll turn it over to you and you can give the update. One of the things that CDOT decided to do is we're gonna submit for grant infra and mega, which just came out a couple weeks ago, and it's due at the end of May. And so I know we have our Floyd Hill PLT tomorrow, but we'll discuss more about it. We're really looking to get those letters of support from our stakeholders to really help our chances of getting that grant and closing our funding gap on the project. Yeah, as we look to prepare the grant, we should have a draft at the end of April, and then we're really looking to submit it by mid-May. That'll give us some time if we need, since it's due on the 23rd. So yeah, any help in getting some support letters from you guys, we would really appreciate it, and help our chances to get the grant. So thank you. And with that, I'll turn it over to Jeff.
Thanks, Kurt. So the rest of these bullets here, just giving you guys a quick update as to kind of where we're at in the process of getting things rolling. Obviously, we've selected our contractor, which is Kramer North America, and then our selected designer is Atkins. Excuse me. So we're really close. I think if it's not this week, it'll be early next. We'll have contracts signed with them and be rocking and rolling. So part of that is the initial PLT and tech team meetings. We've had a couple of the PLT kind of kickoffs and getting things going in terms of understanding everybody that's going to participate in those, and getting an outline for what our tech teams are going to look like and kind of the groups that are going to represent those. Part of that process is just figuring out what the cadence of meetings is going to look like and working with the designer to develop a schedule so that we're hitting the targets that they want to hit and make sure we deliver packages within our construction schedule. The EA process is going to continue in the background. And I don't mean that to say Vanessa's in the background. I know she's paying attention. But we do have to continue through the innovation process, making sure we're evaluating everything that we can think of as far as the final alignment, and then get through the rest of the clearance process so that we can get to a record of decision. So kind of concurrent competing paths there. Atkins has a lot on their plate to keep everything moving forward, and get us to a point where we're getting close to being able to go to construction. The initial kickoff meetings being scheduled with the PLT. I know we have the PLT meeting tomorrow, and then we'll be talking about that a little bit more and what that's going to look like. Essentially what that meeting will be is bringing in a lot of our partners to discuss the overall direction of the project, start bringing together these schedules and all these different groups that are going to be a part of it, and get everybody on the same page with what we need to be able to move forward and hit these tight schedule goals. As far as the rest of our project team, the independent cost estimator RFP, I put release soon on here. That's actually going to be Thursday. So that is the folks that we bring in to help verify costs, both what we get from the contractor and just helping us to negotiate our way through to make sure that we aren't paying more for this project than we need to. And then the other part of our team is the owner's rep. So for you guys that were helping out with PPSL, those are the folks, helping with day-to-day management, inspection, testing. We're going to get them involved as soon as possible so that there's not as many issues with handing things off, and there's a little bit of continuity through the process. So hopefully we'll have that one out here in the next few weeks. And that'll just complete our team. And then circling this and tying it all back to the money, we've got the total cost estimated in that 700 million range. And I think Kurt touched on that. That's why we're chasing those grants, is we're a little over 200 million in a gap right now. So we're going to chase those grants to hopefully fill that gap and be ready to build the entire project. So any questions on any of that?
Yeah, I think right off the bat, you said a little over 200 million. The last I saw was 240 to 260, which obviously is around 250. But what do you see it as right now?
240 is the number we're working with. And I don't know, Kurt, if we've had any updates on that.
And the other thing I would say, and maybe it's just because we're still in the middle of, we still have the other 80% of design to run through, but 70 to 80% at this point. that $700 million figure has remained eerily static and round for a long time. And I wondered if you could speak to its likely viability.
Thanks, Randy. Yeah, it has been, and that is definitely a concern. Even, there's been lots of changes in the last year, just with the economy in general. And so one of the first things that we're doing is we're having Kramer, our contractor, come up with their estimate of the EA. So that 700 million is based on the EA alternative. And so that's kind of what we've ran with, but Kramer's going to give us their updated costs later this month. And so we're going to take a look at that and compare that to what's in the EA. And that 700 million covers everything, including the final design, those early projects from the roundabouts, the wildlife crossings, all of that is wrapped up into there. And so, yes, that is one of the first things, right out the gate here that we got to get. And then we got to start looking at the different, we're calling them innovations, but they're really kind of refinements to the alignment that could potentially, result in some cost savings, and, really working that through the CSS process and get to determine our final alignment. And, hopefully we can get to where everything lines up with the estimate as we move forward past the 20% design.
Thanks.
Anything else for Kurt or Jeff? All right. Well, I'll move on to some of our other pre-construction updates. We've got the early action projects. I kind of won't go into too much detail because they're really tied up with the bigger project as well. But they're moving along to be. Plan is to advertise late summer, early fall. For those projects, I know there's different issues the projects are working through. I don't really have too much update on those, but if there are questions, we can definitely field those with this group of people from CDOT that we have here. We've got the Mount Evans project, which is still cranking through design. We're working with, CSU and the federal lands and FHWA for the repair or the mitigation of that small portion of Highway 5 on top of Mount Evans. I call it on top of Mount Evans because you feel pretty tall when you're up there. EJMT, we've got, the $50 million worth of projects. I find it easier just to talk about it in that chunk, but lots of repair work to the tunnels going on up there, starting all of them by midsummer, where we were helping out our staff getting those projects out to add on a few of them, and should have a few more going to add shortly, so we can get those projects rolling. We have the US 40 resurfacing and County Road 257 intersection improvements. We have a consultant that we're we just got NTP with this week, and we'll be starting off our CSS process shortly and our design processes shortly. So look for more movement on that coming up. Bakerville, the EJMT climbing lane. So we still really won't have anything going on for that project for a few months, but we are bringing consultant on board. Thanks to Amy Saxton for participating in that, the selection process there. I think, we got 6 good proposals on that project, 6 great teams, and we should be able to communicate who will be our design partner on that project very soon. Idaho Springs Mobility Hub. We're currently working with Idaho Springs on an IGA between CDOT and Idaho Springs for the funding of that mobility hub and what Idaho Springs will be trying to accomplish there. The I-70 resurfacing from EJMT down to Georgetown. We're having a scoping meeting shortly in a few weeks on that project to get that project rolling. Looking forward to doing some additional outreach and coordination on that project, with the input that we already started to receive at the last commissioners meeting. That's what I have for updates on the pre-construction side.
May I ask a question before we go on? Please?
Yep, go ahead, Cindy.
Two questions. On the last one, the resurfacing, will that also fill the gap that was left at the end of the last resurfacing between the bridges at the Empire Junction? There's an eastbound gap.
Right, I believe that gap is actually we're gonna try to take care of that this summer.
Okay.
So it wouldn't wait a whole nother season for another construction season. So we're actually gonna try to take care of that with that I-70. I think it's the Floyd Hill to Chief Hosa project, and we've got environmental approval or clearance to take care of that, to add that work. So that should be taken care of.
That would be nice. And my second question on the Bakerfield to EJMT climbing lane, you have asked for a PLT to be set up, I believe, correct?
That is correct.
And so at some point in this process of in the months where you're picking a designer, will that PLT have an organizational meeting?
The PLT will not have a meeting until we bring that consultant on board. So that way we're set up to properly staff that meeting and run a good ship there.
So I have a question regarding Mount Evans, Colorado 5. My understanding is that that's $2.4 million. It has been shrunk down to the freeze thaw speed bumps at Summit Lake, basically, correct?
I believe that is correct.
That's the extent of the project. And the other thing was that we had originally heard it was going to happen in the summer of 2022. I've understood from U.S. Forest Service that that's the summer of 2023. Is that correct?
That's the latest that I've heard.
2023 then, okay.
Yep.
And that the road would be closed for pretty much the entire summer in order to get that job done. Is that also?
Yeah, I haven't heard anything since the 30% design meeting, but that's the latest that I'm aware of.
Okay, thanks.
All right. We've got an update from our maintenance staff as well, just on, they provided data on the amount of work that was performed in Clear Creek County. There was a slight shift. If you really dive into the details, they've kind of been able to pull a larger data set on everything that was done in Clear Creek County versus, I think, maybe some of the maintenance staff that was just in Region 1, Section 9. Mike or Paul, if you have anything to speak of there or speak to that, or any other updates you want to provide at this time.
I don't have anything. Is there any questions?
Can you help me understand the boundaries of Region 1, Section 9?
Sure. Our boundaries go to an I-70 over to the 205 down just on the west side, right there when you exit off to get off at Silverthorne. And they start at the 259 all the way east. What is that? 470. So that's the length of I-70. Do you want to know some of the outlying patrols? The outlying boundaries?
Oh, no, that's just fine. Thank you.
Is Berthoud Pass also a boundary?
Yes, Berthoud Pass, it goes to the top of Berthoud Pass. Once you're up there on the summit, you crest over, you go to another region. So we have everything on that summit to the, I guess you would call it south. But we work with those guys a lot doing avalanche reduction on that other side.
So I have a quick question. The pavement on our side, on the Clear Creek side of 40, is in pretty good shape. Once you cross over into Grant County, it's in pretty bad shape. There's some like rim bending, flat producing potholes on that part of 40. Is that different maintenance schedules? Are you guys just that much better than your colleagues over to the other side of the pass?
I don't know about that. I've just recently taken on this position, but I'd have to get with Paul. Paul, do you know anything about that and why the maintenance is at such a different level?
Sean, you just became my new friend. I like you. No, we do take care of it. They have a different plan. They also have a new superintendent and deputy over there. So I'm sure we could talk to them, and they're just like us. They're more than happy to improve the roads up there. But they have a whole new leadership taking over too.
Okay. Yeah, I've been traversing that section all winter, and it's gotten drastically worse this season.
Right.
You have to understand that Sean is probably one of Colorado's greatest experts on that stretch of road, because
that's true.
He patrols at Winter Park and lives in Evergreen, so
Oh.
he knows more. He knows more about the road through Empire than I do, and I live in.
And no one had to bring up the traffic light in this meeting today, which is awesome.
That's good.
We can also reach out to their resurfacing and pavement asset treatment group and figure out when that's due for a full resurfacing project as well.
Yeah, thanks. I mean, at least there's a sign at the top of Bertha Pass that gives you some warning going that way. Cindy?
Yeah, I have a question. I'm anticipating, in a sense, what I sort of know is going to come up in the Bakerville discussion. We have here the figures of on de-icing and ice kickers and ice slicers that are the entire region. Is this quantified in segments in any way?
That I'm not sure of, but I can definitely reach out to the person that helped me pull this data together, that pulls this data together, to see how granular the data gets for, when we start that CSS process on Bakerville, EJMT to Bakerville there, to see where we can pull that data in.
The reason I ask, Ben, is I think we should sort of go in prepared. Salinity has been a question in that area. And so if we can figure out what actually quantities and specific chemicals that are part of, what is a de-icer, what is an ice kicker, what are these various things? I think that all is going to come up into discussion, and that just in order to be prepared, we probably could use a little more info.
Yeah, that's definitely a good heads up on that. And I know Paul and Mike would be just jumping for joy and helping me figure that stuff out.
Actually, Paul and I have already taken a step forward in putting together some turnover books that'll contain some of this information. We had a meeting with our environmental department. I'm not sure if you know Susie Hagee's name.
Oh yeah.
But, yeah, Susie, she's in an orientation to get me brought up to speed. Wants me to help be able to answer some of the questions that citizens and groups might have up and down the corridor. So one of the things Paul and I have already looked into is we're getting with Stantec and seeing if we can get some operational manuals and bring in some hard data. And once we get moving on that, we would open this up to our surrounding stakeholders to make sure that we're getting the information into these manuals that will help us communicate better. So just a spin-off from that, we're already thinking about it.
Good.
And Cindy, I appreciate you bringing this up. I was going to, if you didn't. I know we set up a working group in 2019 on this, and we have a conversation at about this level every quarter. And I'm thinking maybe in the next quarterly update, or if we need to just set up a special agenda item, it'd be nice to kind of hear a report that kind of digs in a little bit further about what that working group was able to accomplish in terms of any decisions made, and then, the impact on the ground.
Yeah, I was actually going to bring that up too, George, that we have that Clear Creek County Water Quality Working Group, and they meet in the June timeframe, I believe. So that's when we'll have all of the information from this past winter available, and we're able to provide all that data. And in that, we do break it down by area, and we also have the stream data as well that we discuss. So we have all the de-icing information broken down by the type of de-icer. We have the stream data that we've been capturing, and then we have the locations for all of those different things. So I can't remember it might work out for the next one to have that discussion, or it might need to be pushed out depending on when they schedule that meeting. And I'm not leading those anymore, so Amy is on those, and she can definitely let us know when that happens.
Yeah, and I think we're trying to also look at things year over year so we can see how things are changing over the years. I know at least a couple of years ago, I know Steve, I can't remember his last name, but Carl, yeah. Harrelson, yeah, he had dug in a little bit, looking, even comparing like what the weather was like and how that impacted things and how much snow is falling and how that affects how much snow removal material is being used. So just trying to understand all the different variables that impact how much material gets put down, how much of it ends up impacting the surrounding area. But I think that is going to be something that plays in the Bakerville project considerations as well. And we start to look at what adding an additional lane to that chunk of the road means. So yeah, more to that, but you're right, George. Just looking at this report without that context of like, this is good information and how is this different from how much snow removal material is used last year? What kind of changes have happened? And I think, we can keep working at getting kind of contextual information added to the reports.
And Amy, that's a good point. We do also pull the weather data and how much snow fell at Loveland each time we have those meetings too. So we'll do that.
Yep, I remember. So that'll be good.
Thank you. Not surprised to hear you're all over it.
Well, I don't know about that, but we certainly are all working together to try to improve the way this information is gathered so that we can start to have quarterly reports that build on each other, on each report, and but make it work with the data that CDOT is already collecting. And I think that's the trick, to make it so that we're using each other's strengths and desires together so the report works well for everybody.
And we find where the gaps are.
Yeah.
Any other questions for our maintenance staff? All right, I'm gonna go into like some general questions, discussion. I know we had received some through Beth Luther. I think the first question I wanted to address was the, looking at speeds on Highway 103. George, I think this was your question. And sort of the general approach to changing speeds on a roadway, on a CDOT roadway, are performing a speed study and then seeing the results of that speed study, and that the results of that speed study will dictate the new speed limit. Because of that process and the way that MUTCD and our regulations are laid out, it doesn't necessarily mean that the speed limit will go down or up or stay the same, but it could do any one of the three, depending on what the actual 85th percentile of the speed of the traveling public on that roadway is. So that's sort of the first part of that, I believe what your question was. And then the second part related to, I believe, directed at automated enforcement. Was that sort of like, what things can be done there, or what things are maybe our CDOT doing? When I dug into that with our, again, I reached out to our Region 1 traffic engineers on this, and from, just some things I learned that I think were pertinent to the conversation were that specific to work zones, Colorado State Patrol can have one automated enforcement zone in the state per year. That's across the entire state. So in work zones, it's not used very widely because per state Colorado revised statutes, there can only be one location across the entire state per season, so to speak. And there actually has to be a CSP officer there at the same time anyway. The other things that we're digging into is with the sort of the speed detection. I can't remember exactly the reasoning behind why CDOT doesn't do it as much, but I guess the end of the conversation was that we don't utilize them as much because there's a very limited sort of benefit time into which the public sort of reacts to it and then begins sort of adjusting their behavior anyway to they adjust it in a positive direction and slow down for a little while, but then it goes back to normal fairly soon after. So there's a very short benefit period on the sort of automated enforcement zones or areas or places that you do that. CDOT does allow locals to pay for and install them on CDOT roadways. That's the gist of what I remember, but I will follow up with the specific notes of those details to you.
Thank you. Maybe that's an argument. There's also the trailer radar sign approach, which lets you move it around. Maybe that's a good argument to expand use of those.
Right. And I was actually also worth bringing up, I was talking with, from a roadway design perspective, one of the things that we talk about a lot is, in order to get people to slow down, we almost have to change the geometry of the roadway design itself to have people have less sight distance and less comfort with the road of maybe smaller roadway widths and lane widths and whatnot to actually to decrease speed on a roadway.
Yeah. Okay, well, thank you. I appreciate it.
Yeah. Any other questions?
Actually, I have a general question. Looking ahead a little bit with the availability of hybrid meeting format, you guys don't have to answer right now, but I'd be curious to hear what your thoughts are. Maybe you'd want to come in person once a year and do Zoom the other 3 quarters, or just kind of interested to hear how people's preferences are settling after a couple of years of the virtual world.
My preference is actually in person. I think with any of our meetings, but I think the hybrid allows you some flexibility, that we take advantage of in our office. In our office, we're doing 3 days a week. So that definitely provides some flexibility. Just even, I think a few people had hit me up earlier before the meeting and saying, is this in person? Is it hybrid? Is it Zoom? And I kind of said what I planned on doing, but in the future, I would love to even more than once a quarter or once per year to make sure to deliver this in person and get some more face-to-face time.
Yeah, awesome.
And Sean, I can speak to that on Seattle as a whole. Like Ben said, we're for Region 1 at least, is we've been 50-50 has been our direction for several months now. 50% in the office, 50% working remotely. That I kind of like how Jessica has said it in the past. Like no one should be 100% remote. No one should be 100% in the office. Is kind of the direction we're taking in the West program. And we're going through a process of trying to upgrade our conference rooms for that very purpose of knowing that is our future. It is going to be that not everybody will be in person 100% of the time like we were, maybe 5 years ago. But to definitely set it up such that 50% of the people can be there sitting around a conference room table desk, much like the folks are here on this screen, and then 50% are remotely coming in. And I agree with Ben. We've had a couple of in-person meetings, with the Floyd Hill team and with other teams, and it's been nice, to get back and have those conversations afterwards of, hey, I want to talk to you about this or that, and things like that. So I think for speaking for the West program, we're very flexible, totally open. If you were to say, hey, we're going to be 100% remote, we would work within those boundaries, but we're definitely open to very much so meeting in person and coming up the hill and sitting down at a table again.
Awesome. Well, thanks for that.
Yeah, you're welcome.
George, Randy, do you have anything else? Any other questions?
Hey, Ben, would you stop sharing just so we're not looking at little itty bitty pictures?
I don't think I really have any more than those I've already stated, which is kind of shocking considering it's a CDOT quarterly update. But I think most of the stuff we're working on is fairly clear right now, or, you know, in progress in a way that's pretty meaningful. We've got an awful lot of work going on in the county. I guess I would just say that there are some more things going on that I think should be, and I know some of the intent is for one of those to be helpful with the Floyd Hill project, and that is the expansion of Mustang and eventually the deployment of Pegasus and expansion of Pegasus under some new legislation to help ease the crunch through the construction zone for a few years too. So hopefully those things will be underway. And I know there's some thought of trying to integrate those somehow into passageway through, but looking forward to that. Nothing else jumps to mind right off the bat.
Okay, thanks. Amy, Brian, Beth, anything from your side?
No, thanks for being here.
Yeah, I don't think so.
Thank you.
Okay, good. Well, looks like maybe you get 15 minutes of your life back.
Well, I look forward to probably being in person next time then. So
Yeah, me too.
Yeah.
Yeah, thanks, CDOT. Thanks for joining us. Brian, do we have anything else to cover today, or are we done for the week?
I think we're done.
I think George just left. Because
He did.
his
Give
meetings.
a quick wave.
Yep.
Okay, well, then we're adjourned until our next scheduled meeting, which I believe is
April 22nd.
Oh, it's not for a while. Wow, we might start missing each other. Yeah, I know that we're available to meet if we need to on shorter notice, but thanks everybody. We'll see you on the 22nd, if not before.
All right.
Thanks,
Sean.
Bye.